All right. Time for another Warhammer 40K session, everyone. Holster, Hybrid, good to see everyone here. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Well, actually, let me go ahead and make sure that everything is right. You guys can see me just fine. Da-da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do-do. Let us see if I am able to be viewed on the screen at the moment, and it appears that I am. Yes, we are. Now, let me make sure that audio is exactly... Yes, there should be no discrepancy when it comes to audio quality. Let us begin. Yo, peoples! QSU92 here, and welcome back to another Warhammer 40K session. Today, we're going to be looking into the most insane and powerful weapons of Warhammer 40K, parts 1 and 2 by Luetin09. Now, another bit of Warhammer news that kind of dropped earlier today was Warhammer 40K's Space Marine 2 just got an update, which adds the latest PvE operations missions where you're supposed to be taking down this Hierophant Bio-Titan, and that is supposed to be spelling the end of the Tyranid invasion. But also, it came with a share of changes that has not been apparently received well by players. So to give you a little bit of a preview, hold on, let me see. Or at least just show you. Space Marine 2. Ah, here it is. Right here. So, today's patch 4.0, drops the newest mission, newest operation, Termination. This new operation takes place on planet Kadaku. New dreadful foes have arrived. Make good use of the artillery to annihilate them. And it goes down and says, added lethal difficulty for operations. Let me move chat over here so I can see you guys better. Major highlights of lethal difficulty is ammo crates have limited refills per player. Majoris or Majorus enemies can become enraged and will be more deadly and harder to kill. Armor restores from finishers only if you stay close to your battle brothers, which means that you can't be fighting hordes off on different sections by yourself and expect your armor to get restored, so everyone needs to stay close together, and overcoming such a challenge will grant you new cosmetics. Added photo mode in operations, but it only works in solo. So you won't be able to take pictures with your friends because this will only work if you are playing by yourself in operations. But at least you'll be able to show off what your Marine looks like by yourself, at the very least. Also, characters can now follow the camera with their eyes. Here's where a lot of people, and mind you, I can't say how it feels because I haven't played Operations since this update dropped because I was busy playing Suicide Squad. But this is where a lot of people started to really rise up and scream, please do not become the next Helldivers 2 with nerfing stuff in a PvE game, even though there is a PvP element to it. So melee archetypes. Fencing weapons' perfect parry window will now have the same duration as balanced weapons, but it will start from the first frame of parry animation. So the thing is, Roland V-Dub, it's good to see you. So the thing is about this for fencing weapons is fencing weapons were the go-tos if you wanted to perfectly parry enemies and set them up for headshots when it came to enemies that could launch at you. And now they've basically brought it down to the same level of a balanced weapon, but the window for you being able to parry, it's going to be smaller. So they really want to emphasize last minute parries for fencing weapons rather than, because the entirety of fencing weapons, you would be able to take the entire frame of animation, like the entire whole frame of animation, and it would still count as like a parry. Now here, they want you to be able to do, they're making it so that you have to do it at the last second. At the last second for a fencing weapon's parry to trigger. So that's what it seems like. Hobbit! Welcome, Hobbit. The idea of armor regenerating near other players is a common theme in Warhammer games, it seems. I've been playing a lot of Warhammer Darktide recently, and it has the idea of regen near allies. Because they want you to stick together. They don't want anyone going off the cuff. They want you to behave like, I guess they want you to behave like a Space Marine group. Everyone sticks together, and everyone destroys all the enemies together. They're taking that whole moment where all of the brothers get together when all those Chaos Gates started opening and Titus was holding the flag. They want that to be something that people rely on a lot more, especially at higher difficulties. Melee perks, chain sword, power fist, combat knife, charge attacks perks get significant damage increase. Now, as I go back to the whole fencing thing for melee weapons, I don't know how small this window is from personal experience. I'll try it out. I know for me, I like fencing weapons because being able to pull off a successful parry constantly has helped me against a lot of these big Tyranids. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see just how effective it is now, and if I can still rely on my timing for fencing weapons. Basic Auspex Scan. Bonus damage on bosses is reduced by 30%, which is something a lot of people have really relied on because, more damage towards enemies is, beneficial. So now that's been reduced. And then the Melta Charge. Damage to bosses is reduced by a full 70%. Now, I haven't played with too many people that use the Melta Charge before, but given the fact that many people love using the Melta Charge and it helped them get past bosses even on harder difficulties, a drop by 70%, I can see that ruffling a whole bunch of feathers. Enemy spawn director PvE, tweaked idle spawns, enemy variety within waves is now less random, while enemy variety between waves is bigger. Extremist enemies can now have additional enemies in difficulty. Roofless ammo crates have limited refills per player, and player armor is reduced by 20%. Now, the thing is, Roofless I'm actually so glad that I did my first Roofless mission a while ago, and I managed to get a trophy for playing on Roofless because ammo crates having limited refills per player, I was refilling my ammo a lot. My main class that I was using is a sniper class. And sniper classes really don't have a ton of bullets when it comes to their rifles, and I find myself using my pistol a whole lot just because I can run out of ammo for my sniper a whole lot. But refilling on ammo has always been beneficial. Hey, you're having a big old firefight? Cool. Run out of bullets? Run over to the ammo crate in the room. So Roofless now making it so that refills are now limited. I don't know if I'm a major fan of that because ammo is not plentiful enough as it is. Even on Roofless, when I was running with groups, I was still able to get, plenty of ammo. But playing as a sniper character, if I run out of bullets, I either need to get to an ammo crate or hope I find a big old stack of boxes that'll have ammo in there and hope that I have an ammo box there. But the thing is, ammo boxes that you find is not shared, and you got to really weigh your options on whether or not you want one of the other people to get ammo if they already have some, or rely on ammo crates. Limited ammo crates, I can't say that limiting how much you can refill your ammo also increases limiting how much ammo you can actually carry kind of makes the game more tedious than it needs to be, if that makes any sense. I don't have Space Marine 2, it would melt my PC, but I kind of hope we see future options like Terminators or Librarians. We'll have to see. But I feel like, while I can understand them adding a brand new difficulty, changing a previous difficulty, and making it so that ammo crates are now limited. Now, it doesn't say that loadouts won't give you any more ammo, because people will use these loadout stands to refill their ammo for free. And it doesn't say that they did anything with that. But ammo crates in major areas where ammo is something that you want to refill constantly, making it limited I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that, especially on Ruthless if they're also reducing armor. And on Substantial, player armor is reduced by 10%. So you would have to play on easy for nothing to really be changed, from what I understand. Note from the devs and this is just me. We'll get to the Luetin videos, but I just wanted to address this because I haven't messed with Space Marine in a minute, and I wanted to, progress a little bit more, but we'll see. With patch 3, we have noticed that operations mode became noticeably easier, especially chaos operations. We are happier with what we have right now compared to what we had on release, because before patch 3, chaos missions were unpopular. Still, we think that currently, operations mode is a bit too easy. Mind you, they said the reason why we couldn't have 4 Space Marines at one time is because the game would be made too easy. Now the game is too easy even with 3 people because people have learned synergy with different classes and stuff that really works and helps make a mission progress quickly. Now that's essentially being tackled and being nerfed right now. Overall, these changes are going to make operations mode much harder, but is it going to make it more fun? That's the thing, though. I understand they want to make it harder, but harder does not translate to fun. Because if enemies start to become bullet sponges, and then the fun factor starts to get diminished, that is a problem. That's a problem. If you're making stuff harder for the sake of it being harder because everyone has essentially made it easier, but it's not fun because you've made it harder, then I wouldn't say that's necessarily a step in the right direction. Because at the end of the day, everything you do for a game should make it fun and keep it fun. But if you're just making stuff hard because you find that people are essentially making it easy, and it's still not fun at the end of the day, then that's a problem. That's a problem. As much as I love Space Marine 2, I don't want it to become a game where they just make it arbitrarily hard for the sake of being hard because people are making it easy. I want them to make it hard, but also worth it at the same time, and it's fun to play on a harder difficulty. That is not a hard thing to do. Find that balance. Don't shift it over to hard because you find people are finding ways to make it easier on themselves. And so you scale back so many things to make it harder on everyone for the sake of, well, they're breezing through this, so let's just make it hard. Is it fun at the end of the day? No. Then go back to the drawing board. Is it fun and hard to do? Is it hard but fun to do? Hey, maybe you found a little bit of a balance there. But currently, that is not the case. We'll see. Let's give it a couple of days. PvP, increased delay between announcer messages. The starting animation of the grapnel launcher for the Vanguard is shorter in PvP. Fixed Power Fist in PvP, dealing too much damage with short charged attacks. If anyone has been used to that, then that's kind of been nerfed as well. AI, enemy dodges, globally replace full invulnerability on dodge moves of enemies with heavy melee damage resistance. Rubik Marine with bolt gun, disengage, teleport, max distance is slightly reduced. And then, of course, we get more customization, which includes colors for chaos, such as the Sotek green, Night Lord's blue, Death Guard green, and Corn red. And decal colors for Sotek green and Corn red. Colors added Liberator gold color to default for primary and secondary color palettes. Fixed a lot of issues with display of colors. Now they should be more lore accurate. Mechanicus standard gray. Ushabti bone. What is it? Phoenician purple. The Fang Iron Hand steel. Sorry, I'm probably getting that name wrong. And Retributor armor. Decals added new Chaos faction decals for the right soldier. For the right shoulder. And then Vox Liberatus, Demon Host, disabled respawn until the last altar in the final area. And then, of course, general fixes as well. Did not know that the Assault perk Ascension could kill its own player when they use it. And so let's see, UI fixes and improvements. crash fixes and general stability improvements, fixed several connectivity issues causing disconnects for players, slightly improved performance, and controllers not working with Steam input enabled, and then general improvements and fixes for render improvements. So yeah, that's currently what's going on with Space Marine 2. Phoenician? Okay, so because I looked at it, and I was thinking, Phoenix? But it's Phoenician. Phoenician. I'm getting corrected by experts. Phoenician purple. Not Phoenician, not Phoenician, because I was looking at it, it was all like, Phoenix? Phoenix? Phoenician? But it's Phoenician purple. Thank you, Hobbit. But yeah, that's the update for Space Marine 2. Now, I'm going to try it out and see how it is, and I'll let you guys know if things are good or if things are bad. And I'll probably put it in the either in the comments for this stream, or I'll probably put it in a community post as well. But I've done enough talking. How much time has passed? It's been 16 minutes. Let's go ahead and get to the video. Hope you guys... It's Fulgrim's color. He was called the Phoenician. Gotcha. Okay. All right, turn the volume up, and let's get started. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Back to the game. It remains to be seen if this is truly a detriment at the moment, but we'll see. Like I said, let's give it a few days. Let's see how things go. If people can still find a way to get through it, then maybe it's not all bad, but at the same time, let's see how things go. Nightbringer was broken beneath the heel of the Necron Empire, bound and humbled. There is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Never again will we bow to any master. Never again shall we cede command of our destiny. Illuminor Xeris. Yeah, Illuminor Xeris. Insane weapons of the 4K galaxy. Hold on, let me make sure. This stream is not being monetized. Okay, good. Okay. Well, that's a horrifying image. Yo, Erwindo, good to see you. Hobbit, I'll be in and out listening while at work. Okay, cool.
Are you hungry? Oh, sorry.
What's up?
Are you hungry or you're gonna wait?
Wait for what? Wait for them?
Lexus is waiting because you guys ate late. I didn't.
Yeah, I'll wait.
He's gonna wait.
I'll wait. It took my... Hold on. Hold on. It took... Yeah, it took my sister walking in for me to realize that, oh, there's no audio coming from the desktop. That was my sister, you guys hear. I was hitting buttons and I kind of unmuted, but don't worry, it's all good. They were just asking me about lunch and stuff. Also, yeah, you guys could not hear any audio because the desktop audio wasn't there. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. We're doing it live! Nightbringer was broken beneath the heel of the Necron Empire, bound and humbled. There is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Never again will we bow to any master. Never again shall we cede command of our destiny. Illuminor Xeris. Insane Weapons of the 4K Galaxy. 40K Galaxy, Part 1. Here we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
Now, it's been a while since we did a list of things video, so it seemed very obvious to me we should create some devastation by delivering a video looking, of course, at some of the most insane weapons in 40k. How many choices are there? Several. And I've tried to pick a mix of both the obvious, the interesting, and the contentious. And, as always, this ended up being
getting Reddit updates from people who have taken major issues with today's patch. Yeah, people do not like the nerfs. People do not like the nerfs at all. Yeah, people are really piping up about it. They don't like it.
Much longer than I thought, and this is why this will be part 1 of probably an ongoing series. Within the galaxy of 40k, the unending conflicts mean there is no shying away from weapons capable of annihilating entire planets. And very obviously there are more options than I can cover in one video. So as per usual, if you want me to follow this up, then you know what to do. Smash the likes as if it were the face of dawn and you're an angry iron warrior. Because as I always say, the better a video does, then the more of them that I'm going to make. And I definitely know that there's some of my other lists you guys want me to follow up on already. Either I'm not a fan of ranked lists in terms of just going from 10 to 1. So as with all of these, it's just a case of whatever I had a gut feeling of interest towards in terms of order. For the purposes of this video, I am considering a weapon to be anything that is simply destructive to an enemy, which I also interpret to mean as being powerfully advantageous to its user. So it doesn't have to be literally a physically offensive device, a handheld infantry weapon, or any kind of mechanical thing. The key element is that whatever it is, it enables destruction. I'll also note that for pretty obvious reasons, the Eldar and Necron tend to feature quite strongly when we're talking about crazy world-ending weaponry, but in this today I wanted to mix it up, which is why we're starting with one of the most rare weapons in the 40k verse, and one that has always captured my imagination the most because of its rarity and connection to the mysterious AI of humanity's golden age, who have on occasion been found to still exist, albeit usually lost, damaged, or fragmented across the vast space of the galaxy in the 41st millennium. There are several instances where we have seen Dark Age AI unleash their firepower, and when they have done so, they can control seemingly almost any device owned by the Imperium remotely, and use weapons that are so powerful they simply collapse void shields, tearing ships of the Imperium apart like a children's toy. Now, Arch Mechanicus are the starships of the Mechanicus, surprisingly, and as such they often contain technology far in advance of other Imperial ships. They're like gigantic factorums. They're absolutely massive ships in size comparative to most other vessels, although again this is somewhat vaguely defined, because an Arch Mechanicus will contain a hive's worth of manufactorums, refineries, power plants, laboratories, testing ranges, chemical vats, gene bays. They'll also be led by an exploratory of the Mechanicus with the singular goal of locating fully operational and and complete STCs, and that is a standard template construct. It's worth noting also as an aside that when we speak about STC, this is never usually clarified, but an STC is still somewhat vague just in its definition as well, because from what we know, an STC refers to something akin to a dark age of technology AI, coupled with what would be a constructor element.
Ah, that's what that means. DAOT is Dark Age of Technology. Got it.
And this is what would enable these.
It took me a minute. I was wondering, DAOT, Dark Age of Technology. Oh.
Ancient zenith pieces of human technology to create almost anything imaginable, from world-ending weapons to vaccines able to cure any and all diseases for mankind. But the dark comedy of this search by the Mechanicus is of course the fact that it is Arch Mechanicus themselves which actually appear to be in fact the STC that they are searching for. As we learned from the Forges of Mars series, this is the speculation of Archmagos Kotov, who realized by his interactions with the ship's machine spirit that it actually appears to be an intact STC and is just hidden as part of the ship, that in fact the machine spirit and potentially other machine spirits have AI hidden within them, which has long been something of a contentious speculation. But it's simply that when it comes to the machine spirit, that ability to connect in with it and understand it is just so far outside of the reach of the Mechanicus' understanding, they don't have the ability to connect with the AI at that level. So that's actually this very interesting prospect as another aside here, that AI may actually exist within the Imperium. They're just unable to really be aware or understand how that works or even interact with it because they're operating on a whole other level. So that's a kind of real curiosity. But specifically in the first book, Priests of Mars, Kotov is able to connect with this latent AI contained.
So that's already scary to me. Real quick, if you guys don't mind. That's already scary to me. The concept of an AI so advanced that even the Mechanicus group can't connect to it because their ability to comprehend such intelligence is not even something that they can do. Dark Age of Technology, also known as Golden Age of Humanity, where humanity reached god-tier levels of technology and full dependence to it. I see. But it's kind of scary thinking that AI exists, or AI of this level exists, but it can't be harnessed to any degree simply because the Mechanicus are not capable of comprehending mentally how to do that. That's how advanced it is. This AI is literally something made by Vegapunk 500 years in the future, and everyone is still trying to comprehend just what it is in general. If this was the One Piece world. That's how I see this. That's scary though. You got AI, but you can't even use it in its full capabilities because you can't even intellectually figure out how to do that because it's just that advanced. And this is coming from people who are meant to mess with this stuff.
Contained within the Arch Mechanicus ship, the Speranza, and he notes as he deep dives into the gigantic ship's machine spirit his observations, where he says he's seeing systems flicker past his floodstream that were as alien to him as anything the most secretive xenotech might dream of in his fevered nightmares, and technological echoes of machine spirits that surely predated the Imperium itself, power generation that could harness the galactic background radiation to propel ships beyond light speed, weapon tech that could crack open planets, and event horizon machines that had the power to drag entire star systems into their light and time-swallowing embrace. All this and more dwelled here, ancient data, forgotten lore, and locked vaults where the secrets of the ancients had been hidden. In this one fleeting glance, Kotov realized that he had been a fool to drag this proud starship into the howling emptiness of space in search of hidden secrets.
Steel Wolf, welcome. They also hate AI because it tried to pull a Terminator. I get it.
Speranza was the greatest secret of all, and in its heart it held the truth of all things, the key to unlocking all that the Mechanicus had ever dreamed. Yet that knowledge was sealed behind impenetrable barriers, bound in the heart of the mighty vessel for good reason. The knowledge of the men of gold and their ancient ancestors was encoded in its very bones, enmeshed within every diamond helix of its structure. So this Speranza AI interaction is actually something which raises a lot of questions that I don't have time to get into now, but I will happily discuss in the future. It gets pretty heavy and very speculative as to just at what level this kind of Dark Age tech actually exists, and that
Look at all this information. Y'all teaching me so much. Thank you, Orwindo. Thank you, Steel Wolf. There's also a story where an AI from the past wanted to destroy the Imperium, not because they hate humanity, but because they see the Imperium as ignoramus caveman, unworthy of the title human. Wow. An AI that wants to destroy the Imperium not because they're human, but because they consider them less than human. Not unworthy of being human, being seen as human, unworthy of being considered human. That's a bigger insult. That's actually even worse than just an AI that just wants to kill you just because you're human. This is an AI that wants to kill you because it doesn't see you as worthy of being human. You're not worthy of the title human, so I'm just going to erase you from existence. Some of the Dark Age, Golden Age stuff we know about is crazy. I don't remember if he talked about it, but there were pistols, handguns that could be classified as weapons of mass destruction. Pistols, handguns, also considered weapons of mass destruction. When did this turn into Ratchet and Clank? Is this a handheld Rhino? What is this?
perhaps in fact does not even require what we would Dark Age tech actually exists, and that perhaps in fact does not even require what we would consider to be a physical system to continue existing, which goes towards this glimpses of the sum total of knowledge that Coriel Zeth had hoped to achieve. The point is though that the Speranza's AI, or STC, whatever you want to call it, aids the Mechanicus who are being attacked by Eldar ships. They have little to no chance of success and are facing destruction. And this is where we see the true power contained in these relic weapons from the Dark Age of technology. Now I should note these are not available generally to be used by the Imperium because they are only seen to be used by a cooperative AI STC, as in other instances a demonstration of its power. In fact, the Speranza's Machine Spirit AI STC whatever helps simply to flex its technological muscle, not because it actually cares for the mortal insects that it happens to be cohabiting with. This is one of the main reasons that I love weapons from the Dark Age of technology, because not only are they completely insane, but usually the context of their operation is often just a grumpy Machine Spirit STC AI who helps out just because is basically like, oh, okay, you dumb mortal things, I'll save you just this one time. So when the Mechanicus ship begins to activate its weaponry, most of the Mechanicus on the ship end up suddenly becoming very fearful, a little panicked, standing in awe of this ship, essentially becoming self-aware and operating without this input. All sorts of devices and lights and inputs and displays are lighting up all over the ship that have never operated before. The Mechanicus are freaking out because they don't know what the hell is going on. When the Imperial ships supporting the Arch Mechanicus finally have their vessels converge on the Eldar, they open fire. But it is the Speranza that demonstrates the true power of the Dark Age of technology. Gigantic gun tubes rise out of the superstructure either side of the Mechanicus vessel that had never seen before on heavy rail systems. The power systems being displayed to the crew are beyond anything they're even able to comprehend or have seen since the unification or prior to, and twisting arcs of energy are wrapped around the gun barrels. The Speranza opens fire without any notification or warning to the Mechanicus crew, and a silent pulse is directed at the Eldar ship at the speed of light. However, even this was not enough to seemingly catch the Eldar vessel, which is able to navigate away slightly, and it instead hits their stern. And here a miniature black hole appears at that pointed target and begins dragging the Eldar ship into its destructive gravity swell. The Eldar vessel
I beg your pardon? Just a grazing shot created a singularity and is now dragging in all the ships? All the Eldar ships? It just created a black hole. All the Eldars are like, Yes, we managed to dodge away from them. They only hit our stern. We should be fine now. We'll just move out of position. Captain! What is it, Ensign?
There's a black hole developing at the front of the ship.
What do you mean there's a black hole? There's no way their weapons are capable of achieving that.
It's a black hole, Captain. We're all going to die.
What? It just hit the stern. But that created a black hole? No! Roll it back!
Not enough to seemingly catch the Eldar vessel, which is able to navigate away slightly, and it instead hits their stern. And here a miniature black hole appears at that pointed target and begins dragging the Eldar ship into its destructive gravity swell. The Eldar vessel unable to escape, and its fate then compounded by a secondary temporal effect that is unfathomable to the Mechanicus observing all of this play out. The Xenos ship was then afflicted by this deadly energy wave sweeping across it, which was shifting it a nanosecond into their past, forcing identical neutrons into the same quantum space. The Arch Mechanicus ship essentially had forced the Eldar ship to occupy the same space in time as itself at a molecular level, and the resulting energy released by this was obviously apocalyptic. The Eldar vessel would explode as if from within, whilst ghostly images of itself appeared to flicker like an overlaid image, blue flames spewing from the psychic wraithbone as the vessel tries to somehow tear itself away and out of these incomprehensible forces. Its strange distorted appearance came back into a solid view again, trying to rip itself away. Other Imperial vessels are then firing upon the Eldar ship, and finally it collapses in on itself in what was described as a cannibalistic storm of self-immolation. It was very
I'm just picturing that, fully animated, and that's just going on. So also, Profo, welcome. Castigar Titan is also some cool old tech. Oh, interesting. Steelwolf, yeah, fire the black hole cannon! You see, you hear about crazy weapons and stuff that's made in, like, the Legends of Star Wars, because apparently the only canon that exists now are the TV shows and the movies, including the sequels. But when you look up, like, the true history of Star Wars, like the true canon, you see all these different types of weapons from, like, thousands of years before the rise of the Republic, and all these weapons, like, from the age of Darth Nihilus and age of Darth Revan, and you hear of these titanic weapons that would just glaze over everyone if they were brought into, like, the prequels, or even into the sequels as well, the prequels or the original trilogy. You know what? We're just going to stick with the original trilogy and prequels, because I don't acknowledge the sequels at all. So, the EU stuff was canon to people for like 30 years, and then Disney came along and said, like, yeah, none of that stuff matters. The only thing that matters is what Disney makes, and Disney has not made anything really good for Star Wars in a minute since Andor and The Mandalorian. There's also a retcon rifle. A retcon rifle? I'm gonna get back to my description of what's happening to the Eldars here in a minute, but retcon rifle, only the Eldar has that. It's a gun that literally retcons the target out of the space-time continuum, memory, and everything. Finding out about the Jedi committing a Holocaust was crazy. If you're talking about the Acolyte, that story isn't even coherent. It was written by someone who doesn't understand Star Wars or understands what the Jedi is and tries to paint the Jedi as, like, bad guys when the Jedi did literally nothing wrong. That's what you get when you get poor writers, a poor writer and a poor showrunner to run a series that should have the reverse. What are these sequels you mentioned? I do not know what you speak of. Hobbit knows. But first, also Beastmaster AC, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean a retcon rifle? A rifle that just erases you? Oh, no, what they did to the Sith race. Gotcha. You're not acknowledging Acolyte then. Good, thank you. Thank you, because I was about to say, yeah, that show is trash. But what they did to the Sith, I don't know what... so, So, my knowledge on, like, the Sith being reduced to, like, the rule of two and then there only being two of them, I don't know everything about it. Finding out the Jedi committing a Holocaust was crazy. I feel like during that time, the Jedi were more willing to do what was necessary in a permanent sort of fashion than they are right now, where they are just spending so much of their time deliberating inside a Jedi temple. And I mean, when you build your Jedi temple over an ancient Sith ruins, I feel like you're just inviting trouble. To be fair, the Sith kind of deserved it. Oh, they always deserve it. They always deserve it. We could use our powers to bring about peace, but no, we want to make sure that our anger and our rage is known throughout the galaxy, and then we get angry over and over until we decide, you know what, there should only be two of us, and then we all just, everyone wants us dead because we don't know how to put our own emotions in check. So, you know. But a retcon rifle that just erases you from the space-time continuum, memory of you, and everything about you. It's essentially what would happen if Sugar's devil fruit from One Piece was a weapon, and you got hit by it, and there was no way of being reversed. Everyone just forgets you. Everything you ever did is just erased, and you are erased permanently. No, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. In the golden age of technology, I'm learning so much today, thank you. In the golden age of technology, humanity had chrono weapons that when shot, the rounds went back in time to kill targets, even armies before they entered the battlefield. What? Time bullets? This is ridiculous. This was thousands of years before the rule of two. Essentially, the Sith invaded the Rings Republic, and the Jedi almost wiped them out. Complete genocide, but they let some go. Ah, I see. By the way, in Star Wars Legends, there was a weapon called a lightsaber rifle. I don't know why. That sounds funny to me. A lightsaber gun. Just, sure, I got a lightsaber. I got a double-sided lightsaber. I got a lightsaber staff. I got dual-wielding lightsabers. I got 4 lightsabers all at once. I have a lightsaber whip. No one acknowledges how dumb that is. And you got the one guy off to one side saying, like, I got a lightsaber gun. A gun? That's funny. And then 1,000 years later, the Sith returned for revenge and invaded the Republic again. And I believe that's the events of the MMO, The Old Republic, if I'm thinking correctly. I think it's during the Old Republic MMO that you're talking about. The lightsaber rifle was a mood. Okay, so going back to this, because we haven't even made it out of the first DAOT STC weapon. The instant the black hole triggers, temporarily, not temporarily, but temporally, you're being displaced, but you're also still physically there. So your displaced body is existing in the same space as another physical version of your body is existing, and since two things cannot exist within each other at the same time, otherwise you risk catastrophic molecular deconstruction. And I'm just saying that from like examples of two things can't exist in the same space without something giving way, or there being some catastrophic destabilization or whatever. They are existing and not existing at the same time, and yet still occupying the same space. So then they just fold in on themselves and just get erased right then and there. As Luetin says, in a state of self-immolation. They literally get destroyed by them existing in the same place at the same time. Two different versions of themselves existing at the same time in the same space on top of each other, and reality just can't handle that, and they just get crushed on the spot. That's what I think of when I see this description. Hold on, let's roll it back.
Comprehensible force. like an overlaid image. Blue flames.
Okay, oh, and also in the golden age of tech, humanity had singularity cannons. They shot black holes at their enemies in space. Golden age of tech was wild. Yeah, it is. It is. That's what Luetin is talking about, I think. Oh, yeah, Beastmaster. Yeah. Exactly what you said, Beastmaster. This is what Luetin was just referencing.
In time as itself at a molecular level, and the resulting energy released by this was obviously apocalyptic. The Eldar vessel would explode as if from within, whilst ghostly images of itself appeared to flicker like an overlaid image, blue flames spewing from the psychic wraithbone as the vessel tries to somehow tear itself away and out of these incomprehensible forces. Its strange distorted appearance came back into a solid view again, trying to rip itself away. Other Imperial vessels are then firing upon the Eldar ship, and finally it collapses in on itself in what was described as a cannibalistic storm of self-immolation. It was very difficult within all of this carnage for the Imperials to tell whether the Eldar ship had survived or not, despite enduring this devastating display of just what humanity had once been capable of. Had they been able to remain in full control of the ship's firepower and hit the Eldar ship directly, it seems that there's no doubt it would have caused certain destruction. But it's clear enough that based on this and other references, humans from the Dark Age of technology.
Oh, sorry. I keep calling you Beastmaster, but it's Beatmaster. My apologies. My bad. I did not notice that there wasn't an S. My bad. Gotcha.
Had access to power far beyond the comprehension of those in the current Imperium. We know they had experimented with and built a ship capable of travelling through time, as well as apparently using this knowledge to create weapons that seemingly were able to harness the ability to use the power of dark energy to in fact fire black holes and temporal energy waves at their enemy, which might sound crazy enough, except that this brings us nicely to our next weapon.
Eldar distortion weapons. That already sounds threatening. Remember that powerful items in the Imperium like Space Marines, Terminator armor, and Imperial Knights were made for mining and agriculture originally. Really? 4K logic, the older the tech is, the more crazy things are gonna get. Oh boy. What you about to say about some distortion weapons though?
Now, when coming to the second choice, I've opted for a Xenos choice with the most arrogant species in the galaxy, the Eldari, or the Eldar in our filthy low gothic tongue. Specifically Eldar D weapons, distortion or displacement cannons. The Eldar use various iterations for their range of weaponry. They're also referred to as Wraith Cannon because they're used by Eldar Wraith Guard and Wraith Knights. The D weapons of the Eldar are also one of those devices that do not walk the boundaries between lore and tabletop gaming very easily, because they are, similarly to the Mechanicus weapons, absolutely insane, but they do fit very well within the Eldar's advanced knowledge and incessant need to tinker with warp-based things. So just what are Eldar D weapons? Well, you will, I hope, remember my video discussing vortex grenades and in general vortex weapons. These are Imperium weapons that when thrown will tear a hole in real space, either shredding their enemy with gravitic power or dragging them into the warp itself, and all the horror that such a nightmarish fate entails. So keeping that as well as the Arc Mechanicus we just discussed in mind, or thrown will tear grenades and in general vortex weapons. These are Imperium weapons that when thrown will tear a hole in real space, either shredding their enemy with gravitic power or dragging them into the warp itself, and
grenades that just rip a hole in the fabric of time and space, ripping you apart or dragging you into the warp. All horrible fates. Grenades! And weapons, but grenades!
And all the horror that such a nightmarish fate entails. So keeping that as well as the Arc Mechanicus we just discussed in mind, Eldar D weapons basically fire vortex portals. They're actually fairly close to how the Dark Age STC uses its ancient weapons from the Arc Mechanicus, the difference being that the Eldar still use these regularly and also have made them basically infantry scale handheld rifles, which is completely insane. Now, given this, it's why I say that they are pretty hard to balance between lore and tabletop. because distortion weapons shoot a kind of beam or a directed pulse that tears open reality at a focus point, and anything touched by or within that space should near enough then be torn to pieces by incomprehensible forces. So its only real disadvantage is that it has a fairly short range. The Eldar have seen fit to also mount some of these weapons on their versions of Titans, which you can imagine is truly a world-ending piece of weaponry. Imperial Void Shields, in theory, should not be able to even withstand this kind of weapon. The Mechanicus have tried time and time again to replicate this, usually in appropriately disastrous failure, either annihilating all around their test or unleashing nightmare demons into reality. So I like to imagine a secure room with shielding all around it, and there's some guardsmen inside being torn to pieces by Khorne bloodletters, as an impassive Mechanicus tech is just watching on with a small clipboard, checking off a box stating Study 01623. Unsuccessful. Now I hate to drag us out into the reality of the tabletop
Fluffy, hello.
game, and I rarely see a situation that requires it or for me to discuss it, but please bear with me because this is probably one of the best examples, and also primarily because D-weapons are one of those things that kind of really irk me, and I say this as a person owning an Eldar army, along with the mechanical design of old-style assault cannons, but that's really a whole other story. Now let's be real, equating lore directly to board game rules is never something that people should really think about too hard or take too seriously. But I do, because I apparently like to frustrate the hell out of my brain. I think really, it's just a little bit of fun to think these things all the way through. So look, on the one hand it seems an outrage that some weapons are not represented properly on the tabletop comparative to their lore descriptions. On the other hand, balance is a thing. You probably have a hard time finding a game with an army who are shooting basically black holes at your tanks. Now I apologise if my voice changes here, but I decided to re-record this entire section, because originally I'd done this very long-winded explanation about how the rules work in the tabletop game, and I thought, you know what, this is just nonsense, nobody wants to hear this. The short version is that originally back in the 4th edition, the Eldar D-weapons used to be more representative of how you would imagine a D-weapon is, because it's firing vortex or sort of warp portal tears, alright? It would essentially, once it had hit, damage an enemy very easily, and then if you rolled a 6, it would be an instant kill, regardless of how many wounds they have, and wounds are basically a life force. A standard marine might have 1 or 2 wounds, characters are going to have more, obviously. Vehicles will have usually a lot more wounds. So the way these D-weapons used to work makes a lot more sense, because if you get lucky, maybe if you hit it bang on, it's going to completely destroy that target. Now yes, that is very, very powerful, but it is more representative, and you've still got to be pretty lucky to get that roll. However, quite a while back they switched this around, and it's still relatively easy to deal damage with a D-weapon, but it doesn't have that immense power that kind of connects with the lore, and now it is actually more comparable to Imperial melter weapons. They just have a little bit more range, and that to me just seems silly. You have these highly advanced nightmare weapons moderately comparable to weapons used by a Dark Age tech arc Mechanicus, yet in terms of stats on the tabletop, they're classed in the same category as what is basically pimped up Space Marine paint stripper guns. Therein lies the ruination of entertainment of lore versus rules and balance. There are many other examples with the single constant that the two things rarely align well. Now I will also note that Dark Eldar use similarish tech weapons that are dubbed as Dark Light or Void weapons. They're equally destructive and can also be dropped in the form of bombs that are called Void Mines. They're a 2-stage weapon that will create first a bubble shield around the dropped weapon, and then a dark particle of light detonates, creating a catastrophic implosion, destroying anything within.
Hold on. Eldar society were so advanced that there's nothing impossible for them. You are immortal, and if you die, there's guaranteed heaven for you. And if you're bored of heaven, you can just reincarnate. And that's the Eldar. Okay. Wow. I knew they were advanced, but you can literally just... anything you do on Earth, it's anything you do in the universe is all like, yeah, okay, let's just take it down. Right, I forgot. They did all of that, and that's what called Slanesh to exist. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was about to say something nice about the Eldar, then I realized, then I came back. Yeah, and then it came back to my mind, yeah, this is all good. Until they brought a full-on Chaos God into existence. So it was nice at first. Ooh, that's how it all starts. And then later there's running and screaming. And that's how it is right now.
Drakari dark weapons that will create first a bubble shield, form of bombs that is dark light or void weapons. They're equally destructive and can also be dropped in the form of bombs that are called void mines. They're a two-stage weapon that will create first a bubble shield around the dropped weapon, and then a dark particle of light detonates, creating a catastrophic implosion, destroying anything within. Most Drakari dark weapons work on a variation of this theme, and they are, as I said, fairly comparable to their Eldari counterparts. But Eldar D weapons are just another example of the completely mad, powerful weapons that exist within 40k, and that's fairly reasonable when you consider that the Eldar and the Necron have existed since essentially the...
Look, Hobbit, I use that reference for everything. I use that reference for everything because there's a lot of people out there that likes to push, makes that sentence a whole lot more relevant. Oh, I was one with the bears. They accepted me as their own. They're not gonna harm me at all. Ooh, that's how it all starts. Then there's running and then screaming. That's just real life. That is Ian Malcolm was absolutely the most realist person out of everyone in Jurassic Park. He saw everything and was all like, yeah, this is a bad idea, let's go. See, that's the reason why Ian Malcolm is invited to the cookout. Because he'll be the first person to say, like, hey, you see that thing there? I think it's dangerous. I think it's time for us to go. And everybody will be all like, hey, y'all heard Ian. Let's go. No, everyone was all like, ooh, let me go see it. Let me take a picture. Let me see if I can shoot it with a tranquilizer and bring it back to the mainland as a trophy. But no, Ian was all like, that's dangerous. I'm not sticking around. Let's go. And he was out. He was out. Y'all remember from the first Jurassic Park movie, as soon he was laying in there chilling when he was found by what's her face? Ellie and Muldoon. And he was just laying there. Then he heard the footsteps of the T-Rex. He was all like, I know what this is. And he was already looking around for Ellie and Muldoon. He was all like, yeah, we need to go. We need to go right now. Right now. Let's go. Let's get out of here. And as soon as he said that, the T-Rex was right behind him, and he was all like, must go faster, must go faster. See, Ian was the realest one. Until they brought him back. Let's see, I'm still 42-ish minutes behind. Changes, I'll test them out for myself. We shall see if it's still fun. Miklos? Yes, that is definitely something that does need to be addressed, though. Like, I understand, like I said, and I'll keep it short. I understand you wanted to add harder difficulties to the game, but adding harder difficulties does not translate to more fun. So if you adding this stuff and nerfing stuff diminishes the fun that people have been having the entire time, you need to address that. Because people have loved this game, but if you start nerfing stuff, then it becomes less fun, and then it becomes more work. And no one plays games to work. They play it to have fun. But that's just me. Until they brought him back in the Jurassic World movies, we don't talk about those. No, we don't. I'm still shocked that we're getting a new one. Why? We now live in a world that has dinosaurs in it. What more of a story can you tell? Okay, I rather... They brought everybody back for these Jurassic Park movies. Why? I'm good.
The beginning
Let's
of
get
time.
back to Warhammer.
So they're going to have this level of technology and understanding at this point in time.
Blackstone fortresses.
Then we come to Blackstone fortresses, which are to the...
No one plays games for work. Soulsborne players excuse us. That's not work. That's training. That's a difference. Soulsborne players, that's not work. That's training. That is our anime training arc. There's a difference. Work is if you are looking forward to it to end, looking forward for it to end. When you're working, you look forward to when you can get off of work and go play. But if you're training, that's different. That is different. There's a difference there. Did enemy hordes get bigger in SM2, or am I crazy? I don't know, Steel Wolf. I haven't played the game since the update came out. I was playing another game at the time. But I hear that the enemy variety in waves has the randomness of enemy varieties during waves has been diminished, whereas the enemy varieties outside of enemy waves has increased. Now, I don't know if they made the waves even bigger, though. So that's the question. I rue the day when they make an enemy wave that is just nothing but majorous enemies. You know, like you get a couple of the little grunts running around, but if there's just a grand ensemble of them, I feel like that is going to be a video worth looking into. SM2 is in Space Marine 2. Yep, when people say SM2, they refer to Space Marine 2. Souls games is a way of life. Of course it is. Yes. It's fun. It's still fun. Even if you're working hard to beat a boss, that's not work. That's training. Work is if you are looking forward to it ending. Training is if you are looking forward to it ending, but you also have a sense of accomplishment and you are enjoying yourself during. Now, mind you, there will be a period of time when you're fighting a boss and the boss just decides to hit you when it has 1 HP left and you have a couple of drinks left, but you think you can hit it and risk getting hit, and you wind up getting hit, and then an hour or two later you are frustrated until you learn that the fingerprint shield is very OP and you just rely on that. But, yeah, there's a difference. Back to it!
This day, still something of an enigma. And this is because they originated millions of years ago during what was known roughly as the War in Heaven. And this was the war that started everything originally between the Old Ones and the Necron tier, and later the Old Ones, Eldar, Necron and Catan. And there's a great deal that is very, very unclear about this time, as it was simply so long ago. Now, it is said that the Blackstone fortresses were known to the Eldar as the Talismans of Vol, and that they were used as a powerful weapon during the War in Heaven against the Necron-Catan threat. However, I would note that this is, at least in my mind, quite questionable. There are large question marks over just what the Eldar during the War in Heaven were doing and what the Necron were doing. There is even some hints that at one point they cooperated against the greater enemy of the entities, the early stirrings of what would become Chaos. Now, as I say, this time period is very, very clouded to us. The Eldar, although they were seemingly victorious, the Necron had vanquished also the Catan, so depending on which perspective of those events you take as well, and most notably is the fact that the material Blackstone is known to be able to either amplify warp energies or the exact opposite and nullify it, and the Necron tend to use Blackstone to this end as they have no psychic ability and so seek to nullify it at every opportunity, and they continue to do this in the modern age of the Imperium, whereas the Eldar have always had a very powerful connection to psychic power and warp energy. However, the Eldar do not display any working knowledge or use of Blackstone. It's not a material commonly used by them because they primarily use Wraithbone, which is generated from the warp energy itself. And so it's more reasonable to speculate that the Blackstone fortresses were in fact created at some earlier time, and that they may in fact have originated at the hands of the first race known to have inhabited the galaxy, known as the Old Ones. And this might help to explain why Blackstone fortresses can discharge powerful warp energy, which is known to be a very powerful weapon against the Necron. Yet also Blackstone fortresses display very little similarity with the Eldar. As I previously explored the nature of the Eldar gods, which is also extremely vague, there is one possibility that the Eldar gods originally were Old Ones sent to help and guide and marshal the Eldar in the right direction.
Real quick, is it weird that I had no fun in playing Dark Souls 1 and 2, but I had a ton of fun with the Surge 1 and the Surge 2? Same genre, but a slightly different combat system. I think what you like more from the Surge compared to Dark Souls 1 and 2 is the speed. There's definitely a speed increase in terms of combat, specifically when it comes to dodging. Because when it comes to dodging in Dark Souls, it can be a bit slow at times. But with the Surge, there's a very big amp in speed in terms of dodging away from people, especially in Surge 2, as I've played before. There's a definite bump up in speed in terms of evasiveness that can make combat feel a lot faster. Let's see, the Necrons have a lot of stuff that counters warp stuff.
so that they might best aid the Old Ones in their war with the Necron. However, from the little we know about the relationship between the Eldar and the Old Ones, it soured over time. And so likely the Eldar adjusted their mythology to suit this, or projected it onto other entities within their own race, or they just forgot about it and it became distorted as these old ancient tales often can. It's possible that there were in fact no Eldar gods at all, and that it's more like their fables designed to tell the tales and the interpretation of their cultural nature of the old times help them carry forward and foster some sense of culture over the millennia. Regardless though, the point is that Blackstone Fortress's origins are very difficult to pinpoint even from a speculative point of view. What we can know is that they are extremely ancient, likely dating back to the earliest period of the galaxy.
Real quick, I find it hilarious how these Blackstone Fortresses are literally the directions that many fighting game, what is it? FGC players really rely on. All the directions that you need, and plus the A and B buttons that you need as well. It's just that's the first thing that pops into my head. These are the directions I rely upon to do combos in Tekken and Street Fighter and all these other games as well.
Imperial dating has suggested that they were in fact not actually as old as suggested by the Eldar, which would lead us to believe that they were then created by some other unknown highly advanced race that is now long since extinct. I think this is quite easily disproven by the fact that it was
Yo, Rob Sykes, afternoon to you as well.
Discovered later that at the center of each Blackstone fortress was in fact a connecting portal to the webway. Now this certainly does suggest connection to obviously either the Eldar, but I think much more likely the Old Ones. Webway portals are not always exclusively related to the Eldar, but Blackstone fortresses have also been seen to use technology such as void shielding and inertialess propulsion, and this technology is not really used or connected to the Eldar. So it's strange because you have some elements which are Eldar-like, but they're
Kitty! Hey! How you doing? You doing good? You doing alright? It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody here.
others which are completely disconnected from them, and that kind of signifies that it's something
We're
else
learning about
prior to them. So it's difficult to make any really solid conclusions as to who
We're learning
created
about
the
some
Blackstone
Warhammer
fortresses,
40K
why,
weapons.
or how they tie in with any specific culture or mythology. The old
Okay, time to test the update. Listen mode on. Miklos or Miklos, let us know how it is. If the changes they have made to certain things has just a quick question. If you happen to be a player that uses a fencing weapon, let us know how the parry window is and if it's changed much. If it hasn't changed much, then my time with the combat knife for my sniper will pretty much not change all that much. But keep us posted if anything majorly significant has changed with all the stuff that they changed with this update. Please keep us posted.
ones are very shadowy figures
by your
to us, and we know
experience.
almost nothing about them or the technology they utilized. Beyond having some sense of psychic power, they created the proto-webway and were extremely advanced in their knowledge. They bested the Necron tier easily, and if we trust the mythical remnants of knowledge gained from the most ancient of history, it was only with the help of the Catan that the Necron were able to overcome them. So on the face of it, when all that we know about Blackstone fortresses are brought together, it does seem the most probable scenario that they were the creations of the Old Ones. The fact that the Eldar did not see fit to then secure them later or use them in any way, despite referring to them as the Talismans of War, suggests...
Sorry, I know I'm talking over this. Please forgive me. Well, I'll dial it back. Haven't noticed really. If the changes to the parry window for fencing weapons isn't that major, and I mean like all the changes that they made to like the Auspex scan, the Melta charge, the fencing weapon parries, and I think there was something else as well. There was another thing as well that they changed as well. But if you don't see too much of a difference, then maybe people are blowing it out of proportion, but, you know, keep us posted. Keep us posted if you see anything that is worthy of note.
Of the Old Ones. The fact that the Eldar did not see fit to then secure them later or use them in any way, despite referring to them as the Talismans of Vol, suggests that they either held them with some kind of religious reverence, which again points towards them having deep cultural significance for them, but the fact that they didn't use them brings me to thinking that they actually were not aware of their power, or even maybe how to use them, or perhaps they simply feared them, believing them to be sacred places of their ancient gods. Who can say? The one thing though that we can be sure of is that they are some of the most powerful weapons ever created.
Beatmaster. Yeah, I've already gone through the patch notes. I did that at the beginning of the session, of today's session. That's the first thing I addressed. So I already know about the fencing weapons, perfect parry window, all that stuff, because we've already read through that. I'm just wondering from people's personal experience. It's one thing to see these changes written out. It's another thing to get people's perspective on it while they are actively playing and experiencing these changes. No better place to chill and rest than here. Awesome having you here. But yeah, that's what I was referring to when I'm asking people like their opinions on the changes. I mean from their gameplay experience, because people are on Reddit saying like, oh no, the game has been nerfed massively. But I would rather hear from people actually experiencing these nerfs, these so-called nerfs right now, and see what they think about it. And if it's not as major as people are making it out to be, then people are probably just blowing it out of proportion. So we already got people here who are going to be messing with the update. So like I said, you guys let me know if the changes in this patch, in this update, are as significant as everyone is making them out to be. That's what I was saying.
Until recently, 6 Blackstone fortresses are known to have existed, yet these are now all believed to have been lost or destroyed.
Obi-Wan! Hello there. Welcome. We are checking out 40K's Most Insane and Powerful Weapons Part 1 by Luetin09. Luetin09.
More recently, a 7th has emerged, and this further strengthens the belief that many others may still lie out there waiting to be discovered. It's entirely possible they're out there hidden, buried beneath a planet's surface, or have been reappropriated, with some world's inhabitants completely ignorant of their true nature. The Imperium first discovered Blackstone fortresses quite late in their history during M33, and to the Imperium these seemed to be nothing more than vast ancient spaceports of Xenos origin, so they were quickly secured and developed to be used as naval ports by the Imperium. Then later, during the Gothic War and the Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler, their true purpose was revealed and their immense destructive capability demonstrated. It became clear that the forces of the Chaos Marines had somehow uncovered the nature of the Blackstone fortresses and were intent on securing these powerful weapon platforms for their own ends. Just how they managed to acquire this knowledge is perhaps more concerning than their ability to use them. When powered, a Blackstone fortress unleashes immense beams of psychic warp energy, powerful enough to obliterate planets and destroy entire star systems. The individual power of a Blackstone fortress can then be linked with other fortresses to amplify and power an even more devastating beam of psychic energy, and Abaddon used this linked power to destroy the planet of Phalaris 2 and then make the Tarantis star turn supernova. The Despoiler would then also infamously use one of his acquired Blackstone fortresses as a massive kinetic meteor strike against the world of Cadia, which ultimately brought about its downfall, shattering the planet and destroying humanity's most powerful bastion against chaos and the Eye of Terror.
Okay, so I wanted to say something when we saw these beams connecting. First of all, don't cross the streams! But crossing the streams is even more devastating than the Death Star. Because with the Death Star, sure, it could destroy a planet. Even the Star Killer, well, you know what? I'm going to keep all sequel talk from Star Wars out of it because it just gets ridiculous and stupid, not ridiculous and amazing. So with the Death Star, it could destroy planets, but these things, just one is capable of destroying a planet, and multiples of them interlocking beams are capable of not only destroying planets, but also entire star systems, causing stars to just supernova. Star systems!
Not just a handful of planets like the Fecal Trinity tried to do.
No, an entire system. This is something you would see from like one of the Halo rings from Halo. Remember when Halo used to be relevant? Halo rings from Halo are capable of just eradicating entire star systems. Fortresses. That's ridiculous. A moon-sized fortress that shoots a blade made out of just pure psychic energy, and when it links up with other fortresses, it just destroys planets and star systems, turning stars supernova. That's crazy. Necron Celestial Orrery.
And next we will venture into the world of the Xenos again with the curious and terrifying power of the Celestial...
Yeah, it's a delete button. It's basically a delete button.
To the world of the Xenos again with the curious and terrifying power of the Celestial Orrery. This
Also,
is
hey,
a
Julian,
device
good to see
whose
you.
origin is not entirely certain, but seems most likely to be at the hands of the Necron. As with anything in the possession of the most ancient races of Eldar and Necron, it is always a partial question mark as to its true origin. And the reason that I note this is because, as has been the case so often, the Celestial Orrery was one of those things that some may have suggested has been, let's say, unproven as to its actual existence. Now, I will avoid the R word. However, it's worth noting that although its only previous mention was in the 5th edition, it also appeared at the beginning of 8th, so yet further reminding that the lack of mentioning does not equal defunct, as I have so often noted. So just what the hell is the Celestial Orrery? It sounds like something the Ecclesiarchy and not the Necrons would be using. Well, it is believed to...
Okay, so before I even got into, exploring the world of Warhammer 40K, I am so sure that I've seen this particular Necron image someplace before. Either when I was looking up wallpapers I wanted to have for my previous computers and laptops, or just seeing it amongst a whole bunch of wallpapers. Yeah, seeing it amongst a whole bunch of wallpapers that I was looking for in the past, like, several years ago. I believe it's this specific image that I remember seeing so many times when it came to me looking up like space themes and whatnot. This came up a lot. Actually, no. This image came up a lot when I was looking up video game wallpapers. And looking up video game wallpapers, HD versions and 4K versions. I believe this image came up a whole lot when I was looking up video game wallpapers of space games. It's pretty popular. Yeah, I figured as much because this one is bringing out some old, dusty, repressed memories of seeing this from the past. I don't know how old this image actually is, but I remember seeing it so often. I was like, wow, this is a cool design. I wonder who made it. And I was thinking, like, there is no way this belongs to a video game. And I was thinking, like, nah, there ain't no way. But no, it's real, and it's just bringing back childhood memories, because I used to see it back when I was, like, early teens. I'm 32 right now, but I remember seeing this when I was in my early teens, and I was thinking, this is a cool image, but I don't know if I want it on my laptop. And here it is. Wow, this almost brings back so much repressive memories as me seeing the title image of JoJo's Circus from Playhouse Disney. Y'all remember JoJo's Circus? Oh, my heart, my childhood heart.
Still be located on the Necron.
Gotta go. See you guys later. All right, Kitty, it was great having you here. You continue to rest up, and we look forward to more
one of the
great developments of your recovery
in the entire galaxy. It was said to have been crafted even before the events.
Hold up. Beatmaster, I see you. Yeah, it is a commonly used picture from the Necrons used by different YouTubers, and outside of that as well. Figured as much. Necron also destroyed their most powerful, their most dangerous weapons. What do you see now is just their least dangerous one. This is their least dangerous? And you got Beatmaster, not Beastmaster. Beatmaster saying, the Celestial Orrery, the Necrons delete entire galaxy simulator. Is this the one they were talking about? Yo, is this the one? Yeah, I think it was either Erwindo or someone else who said, like, the Necrons have this device that allows them to have, like, a real-time display of a galaxy or a real-time display of a solar system. And if you manipulate one aspect of it in real time, that planet gets destroyed. Is this it? Is this the thing? One of y'all talked about them having a device that lets you see a whole galaxy and can manipulate it, and it will affect it in real time. Is this it? Is this what y'all was talking about? The Necrons have the sickest art sometimes. I mean, cool. I mean, it is cool. They are essentially the Borg. They are essentially the Borg of Warhammer if the Borg was actually cool looking.
It's known as the War in Heaven, although that depends on which War in Heaven is being referenced, and I'm not getting into that.
This
again
is it!
right
Oh, this
now.
is what y'all was talking
The
about!
celestial orrery is in fact a hologrammatic web which displays not just a star system or a region of space, but the entire galaxy itself in exacting detail. In fact, it is exacting, intricate, and records the position of every star throughout the entire galaxy in real time. However, there is a very disturbing and darker side to the orrery, for it is not merely an astro-navigational tool. The information around its operation is very vague, but it is said that by utilizing the orrery, these lights can be extinguished, and by doing so, their physical counterpart star will turn supernova far before its time. They bring fire and total annihilation to any world contained within its galactic vicinity. You may think to yourself, how did the Necron acquire this power, and why do they not use it to destroy their enemies far more readily? Again, this is somewhat unclear. However, it is worth noting that around the earliest time in the galaxy of the War in Heaven, you had the Old Ones, the early Eldar, the Necron tier, and these were some of the most powerful figures. This was before even when the Khitan began to appear. They all at this time had knowledge far outside the realm of what those in the Imperium can imagine today, and much of their lost knowledge could only be described as being like pure magic to mere mortal humans. Now, the celestial orrery is just being like pure.
Okay, so I know that the Necrons got disintegrator weapons, but just to see... Okay, this is perfect. I'm so glad that this animation exists, but... Let's see, I mean, you have to understand the Necrons were the army of the manifestation of technology, the Void Dragon, yeah, but it's the entire galaxy. If the Necrons wanted, they could win the setting, but they know messing with time and space is not a good idea. Necrons fit nicely under Pie Plate and Doom. Yep. But this is a great example of just how devastating Necron weapons are. Just look at this. Look at this dude getting
humans.
Immediately disintegrated. You still see his
like
face.
Pure magic.
His helmet literally just melts off of his head and turns into dust. And then his body underneath is just reduced to dust, and then the rest of him is reduced to dust instantly.
The celestial orrery is said to be such a powerful tool and weapon that even the Necron understand that it cannot be used recklessly. In fact, this is actually one element.
Oh, fits nicely under Pie Plate of Doom. Not or Doom. Pie Plate or Doom. Pie Plate of Doom. Speaking of Doom, y'all hear how Dr. Doom has basically taken over the entire planet as the brand new Sorcerer Supreme, and he now rules the world? That's a thing now. That's a thing. New comic series dropping next year.
Of the Necron, they are actually very careful about their extreme power and how they manipulate things. Because for any star being obliterated,
that's what they're called?
Will upset the wider forces throughout the galaxy. And the Necron, as we know, do tend to look at things on a very, very long time scale due to their relatively immortal nature. So from our perspective, what might appear something that would bring them gains in the short term might be seen to them as not actually achieving much or being worthwhile, and in fact actually being much more counterproductive for them in the long run. To utilize the celestial orrery correctly requires not just destruction, but very careful manipulation of the cascade of forces that are caused as a result of this, and it will take considerable skill and knowledge to rebalance that disruption, as well as thousands of years in continual, precise micromanagement, and there are Necrons who spend all of their time doing this. So if you were to believe that it existed at all, the orrery continues to exist as a very grave danger to any who do not exist as animated shells of living metal, and who seek to outlast those made of flesh and organic matter. It is a weapon and a tool both, providing an incalculable power to the Necron, as it gifts them not only powers on par with the gods of ancient mythology, but also a very strategic tool to observe any imbalances in the galaxy and locate problems that they may see as needing to be resolved. Trazyn the Infinite was able to use it to this end, and it was how he learned of the deteriorating fate of Cadia. The most strange thing about the orrery is that it exists not merely as a map, but it in fact appears to, as I say, be a literal reflection of the galaxy in real time, mirroring its changing state both in the natural order and displaying events created as a result of some unwarranted forces such as the darkness of the warp and chaos or the unrelenting apathy of the Imperium. The Celestial Orrery is perhaps the last of the truly powerful relics of the galaxy's most ancient history, but who knows what else lies out there in the darkness awaiting to be uncovered or rediscovered.
Yep, here we go. This is one of the most insane and powerful weapons in all of Warhammer 40K. The corruption of chaos. Okay, yep, I can see why this can be seen as a weapon, because of how many people it's affected. Yep, okay, let's get into it. Also, the Necrons see their overpowered weapons as dishonorable and without glory. Necron dynasties also can't stand each other. Some don't even consider them as part of the same species. I wonder, since it displays everything in real time, if they could basically spy on all their enemies in real time as well. Listen to conversations on the other side of the galaxy. That's an interesting question. If it gives you a perfect representation of the galaxy at the time, does this also mean you can zoom all the way into an enemy point and listen to their entire conversations? There's advantages to this sort of thing. Oh, wow. The remaining half of this entire video is just talking about chaos corruption.
My last choice for today is something less direct, less physically tangible, because they're more to do with how a small spiritual starting point can have massive and powerful consequences. Because not everything in the 41st millennium is about weapons that can obliterate entire planets. Now firstly, we know that one of the most pervasive forces wielded by the dark entities within the warp is its power to corrupt. But what exactly does that mean? Well, I wanted to include this choice as a powerful weapon of chaos because I think it is commonly underestimated or simply not thought about correctly in my experience of seeing people talk about or question why it is such a bad thing. For example, I have often seen the question posed, why does the Inquisition focus so heavily on rooting out possible chaos corruption? Or the other one you often see is, why would they kill ordinary humans that have just been exposed to chaos? Surely they have done nothing really wrong. If anything, they might now be better suited to fighting chaos in the future, right? Well, the answer is, sure, that is possible. However, the risk of contamination from chaos is far more dangerous than the benefit of some Imperial Guard or citizens chanced surviving an interaction with chaos. Now I'll also note...
Okay, I can see all of the Chaos Gods on this one. So you got Nurgle on the top left, you got Khorne on the top right, Slaanesh on the bottom right, bottom left, and Tzeentch on the bottom right. Nurgle top left, Khorne top right, Slaanesh bottom left, Tzeentch bottom right. Yeah. I want to make sure I said that right.
The one other thing which is a little more confusing is the contradiction that often notes how many humans have no idea that chaos even exists, and that's often stated in a fairly blanket term. This one tends to really confuse people because many would just argue, well, how can that possibly be true when the Imperium has faced so much chaos over millennia? Now, on the face of it, this seems really implausible. The answer is really pretty simple to my mind, and I'll note this is my own speculative interpretation. The way I think of ordinary Imperium citizens and their knowledge of chaos is framed in several ways. Firstly, if you are a citizenry on a world that is actively suffering regular chaos incursion or assaults, like for example Cadia, then yes, they're certainly more likely to have some knowledge of chaos. However, the caveat there is that this is probably not what you're thinking of. Their knowledge is probably considerably more vague and more about them just being dark horrors, monsters, enemies of mankind. It certainly wouldn't be very specific or to the depth of understanding that we have about the functionality or the meanings of chaos. It's also very likely on worlds where there is exposure to elements of chaos that is unavoidable, there will probably be a very high degree of monitoring of the population by ecclesiarchy, inquisitional agents to ensure that things do not get out of.
I just noticed, real quick, and I know he's talking, apologies for that, I just noticed screaming faces in this smoke. In these spatial clouds, I see horrified faces just screaming in anguish. One on the left top corner there, and there's another angry face on the side. I just see them all in the clouds. I didn't notice that until just now.
to elements of chaos that is unavoidable, there will probably be a very high degree of monitoring of the population by ecclesiarchy, inquisitional agents to ensure that things do not get out of hand. But okay, then what about other worlds? Well, depending on the location of a world, it is indeed possible that they may simply never have heard about chaos. Or if they did, it would be very much the stuff of myth and legend and stories.
That's someone's eye. That's not even a space. That is someone's eye. That is someone's eye right there. Because the way the color is distorting around like the black. Yo, Hobbit with the super chat. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I know it sounds weird, but I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I was just thinking that like at least 10 seconds ago. I was just thinking that was. What if it were to happen right now? But thank you, Hobbit, for everyone here. If you fell to chaos, which god? For me, if it were me, if I was in this world, it would probably be Zeech. It would probably be Zeech. Because with Slaanesh, I'm not the type of individual to do things in excess. But I do like to learn. I do like to see what would happen. I do like to see, okay, if I do this, what will happen? If I do that, what would happen? So I would probably fall over to... I would probably be over on Zeech's side if I was in this world. Khorne, he violent. Nurgle, he nasty. Slaanesh, they too extra. But Zeech is all like, I could do something. Or I couldn't. I don't know, I'll think it over. Or I may do something. So for me, it would probably be Zeech. But let's keep going.
From travelers, things that were very,
also,
very
thank you,
questionable,
Hobbit, for
and many
the
people would
super
just
chat.
dismiss out of hand. Certainly not anything to give too much credence to. It's worth remembering some worlds during the Emperor's Crusades truly believed Astartes to be something like angels of the Emperor. So ordinary citizens are very easily confused about the otherworldly things that they encounter. And this can work obviously to the benefit of the Imperium, because should a world encounter or see something strange that is chaos related, it would be relatively easy for agents of the Imperium to perform basically a cover-up, a cover story to appease the baffled curiosity of the citizenry. In essence, they would turn and say to them, "That's dangerous thinking, guys. You best stick to your work." Lastly, we should remember that a very high percentage of the Imperium citizenry live within hive cities, and those people live very, very insulated lives within those hive cities. Yes, there will always going to be tales and stories of the bizarrety of the galaxy, or even goings on down in the Underhive, but considering they are basically contained within very heavily regulated, monitored concentrations of Imperial power, where many people have not even seen the true light of day, it's reasonable to assume that their access to knowledge about the goings-on in the galaxy and its weird Xenos threats is very, very limited. Now, with all of that said, how then does the corruption of chaos pose such a danger to the Imperium? If so much of its citizens are ignorant of it and there are many safeguards in place, how can it be powerful? It's surely fairly ineffective. You might think so. But the problem with the corrupting force of chaos is that it is very, very subtle. Just like any contagious spread, the biggest problem is that by the time you have noticed its effects being observable and want to take strong action, it has already spread so much that it becomes difficult to contain. And this is what the Inquisition primarily works against constantly.
The Inquisition and their very big hats. No one expects the Imperium Inquisition! Actually, everyone expects the Imperium Inquisition. Everyone expects them. If there's chaos, everyone expects the Imperium Inquisition. Everyone.
Identify the spread of chaos corruption before it becomes an unsalvageable situation. So just how does chaos corruption work? How does it happen? And what are its consequences? Now, I have to be careful here because this can very easily spiral into a long explanation. So for the purpose of this, I would try and summarize. The most basic and biggest problem with chaos corruption is that you do not necessarily even have to interact with literal chaos entities to become corrupted. This is why it is so pervasive and so problematic. The other problem is that you, for example, may not even be aware that you're being corrupted by chaos, and because it's such a subtle and gradual change, it's not entirely dissimilar to how Inquisitors will shift from being Puritan too radical. It doesn't happen instantly, it's a vague thing which happens over time and that you may not even be aware of. It's not exactly the same as that, but, just talking about it in principle. On the other hand, despite saying that, one of the most direct methods for corruption is still, yes, through literal engagement. If a guardsman were in battle with chaos demons and happened to catch one's gaze, their mind could disappear into the dark depths of the void and the seeds of corruption will contaminate their spirit. On the surface they would appear totally normal, but inside the seeds of darkness are already beginning to eat away at their soul. And it could be months or even years before the fruits of this corruption burst forth and form some dark cult back on a world or within the bowels of an Imperial ship. But this is one reason why, for ordinary humans who have close contact with demonic entities, are usually and sadly culled by the Inquisition. Yet the same is not so for Astartes, who may be investigated as they are more readily able to withstand deep interrogations. They may also then be mind-wiped. And this may seem harsh, but do remember that most Astartes have their former lives mind-wiped already when they first become Astartes, and so they may actually go through several mind-wipes over the centuries. And this will undoubtedly alter them in problematic ways, but they will also retain elements of their personal character and remember skills and experiences. Does every single encounter with chaos mean summary execution? No. If you were, say, a guardsman fighting on a world and you're operating support vehicles or engaged in continual long-range engagements, there's probably going to be no need for these guardsmen to be cleansed by the Inquisition or designated arbiters. However, would a squad of human fighters who have been overrun by chaos entities or, for example, Chaos Marines, and then they survive, the chances are, unless they are a very important squad who may qualify for a lesser mind wipe, are going to be rounded up and executed. And it's
kind of reminds me of the final area in a Space Marine 2, where the influence of Zeech just permeates throughout the entire area, and all those regular human soldiers get affected by it. All of them get affected by it, unless that group is essential to the war effort. Unless that entire squad or even a battalion is absolutely necessary to the war effort on that planet at that time. Probably going to be the last time you ever see them. Probably going to be the last time anybody ever sees them.
sad as that is, it's just the way of the Imperium, and there is also fair reason for doing this. If you're an Inquisitor and you're considering the big picture in the galaxy, why would you spare 10, 100, 1,000 guardsmen when the fate of a planet containing hundreds of billions of citizens could be put at risk by allowing them to live? For those who monitor and attempt to protect humanity from the threat of chaos corruption, they understand that the lives of the few pale comparative to those many within the hive cities, and it goes even beyond that. Imagine if just one human who has a corrupting encounter with a chaos demon or an entity or whatever is allowed to survive and return to a hive city.
Let me see. No one can be uncorrupted. No one. Well, the Emperor only among mortals. Yeah, that is one thing.
It could be years later that a cult eventually brings down or heavily disrupts the hive, and then an extensive purge must occur. It's not only the issue of direct corruption and its spread, but then the knock-on effect it can have and potentially create. So, again, it's why, yes, it may seem cruel for the Inquisition to choose execution of loyal humans who have served to the best of their ability, but it is simply a necessity. As the quote says, "Some may question your right to destroy 10 billion people. Those who understand realize that you have no right to let them live." The point of this being that from the Inquisition's point of view, it is not even a choice to be made. It is simply a necessary action that cannot be questioned. So how can you be corrupted by chaos? Well, for one thing, rogue psykers are still a big problem for the Imperium. If they go undetected and start experimenting with their powers, it's very possible that they could become corrupted without even realizing it, or far worse, allow themselves to become a conduit for entities of the warp to breach real space and cause untold damage. And this is, of course, what happened during the Age of Strife, so it is not something to be underestimated. Now, void shields will usually protect...
That's a scary thing. Once you know about chaos, chaos knows about you. That should be something that's taught to Space Marines. Once you know about chaos, chaos then knows about you. It's like the saying of, like, if you stare into the abyss, sometimes the abyss stares back. It's kind of like that. That's a scary thing. That is a very scary thing.
Imperial ship strife space and cause untold damage, and this is of course what happened during the Age of Strife, so it is not something to be underestimated. Now, void shields will usually protect Imperial ships from the extreme danger of travelling in warp space, but you can never predict the oddities of the galaxy, and so there's always the possibility that some humans might be exposed to warp energy or find themselves either mutated or with a strange alteration of character towards certain dark activities. Worst case scenario, perhaps even being possessed. Again, in the case of psychers who fear talking about their powers for the risk of being dragged away, or worse, they may decide to conceal those voices in their head, the voice that's telling them what to do or how to behave, all the while not realizing that they have already allowed themselves to be infected by chaos entities. We also know that emotions feed the warp, but what's not commonly noted is that you have to do quite extreme things to really capture the attention of chaos entities, even minor.
That's why innocence proves nothing. Eesh. Nurgle can infect people with sickness without people noticing. All Marines know about chaos at this point. I'm sure they do, but chaos knows about all the Marines who know about it at this point. Let's see, there are some that are immune to chaos. Grey Knights, Sly Marbo, Dante, Lehman Russ, Corvus, Vulcan, Papa Smurf, Dorn, Caldor Drago, Cyphus Kane, Cephas Kane! That dude is busted, okay? When I learned about Kane, I'm like, who is this regular dude who just keeps surviving everything and has never been corrupted? Was so incorruptible that he managed to pull an Inquisitor girlfriend. That's how mentally clean he was. He was able to get himself an Inquisitor. He was able to get himself a sweet little Inquisitor thing. You know, if you close to an Inquisitor, they gonna watch you, wondering if you tempted, if you corrupted by chaos. And Kane done got himself one. And she was also an accomplished Inquisitor. If I'm remembering the lore of that correctly, she was an accomplished Inquisitor as well. But he managed to pull one. He managed to pull an Inquisitor for himself? No, Kane is clean. He is up there. The only person that is more clean than Kane is the Emperor of Mankind. That's the only one. But you know me, I'm just being hilarious. Well, let's see. Well, as the Horus Heresy shows, not knowing about chaos doesn't protect you from it either. Exactly. As for which chaos god? Malice. Yeah, but the point is that if Chaos really wanted someone to fall to Chaos, they would succeed. His books are hilarious.
Chaos entities. So being a sadistic Hannibal-like serial killer is probably going to be leaning in the right direction to get you the attention of those in the warp, and of course any number of along those lines alternative options dependent on which chaos god you are leaning toward. We know for example that those suffering horrific plagues or health issues who live their days in endless agony may hear the whispers of Nurgle. Those who seek power at the expense of all else might feel themselves being guided by Tzeentch, and so on. So humans are certainly capable of just allowing themselves to become corrupted in one way or another, and it's likely that those who start to feel this kind of need will associate and seek out other like-minded individuals, and this is how you'll see the beginnings of a chaos cell and then a cult within a hive city. Now as it progresses, they're going to seek out more and more extreme ways, and the invasive nature of their corruption will drive them toward ever darker paths. The worst outcome of this will be a cult summoning a gateway from the warp and enabling demons to pour forth onto an Imperial world, and this is when it may result in actually becoming lost to the darkness and a planet becoming basically unsalvageable. And there are of course those who might actively seek to use the power of chaos, and this is likely one of the core reasons why the Emperor deemed it unwise to make humanity generally aware of what chaos was, the so-called primordial truth. Now, this term often confuses people, but it's actually not that complicated. The primordial truth is often spoken about by the demons of chaos or the minions of chaos, and it basically just references the fact that chaos exists in the warp, and also the inevitability that humanity will turn to chaos. It's basically meant to be a polar opposite to what is espoused by the Emperor of Man. So it seems that the Emperor decided it probably wasn't best to tell humans whose nature tends to be all about selfish behaviour and power over others that there was this invisible force that could give you basically anything you wanted, as some might say, unlimited power. Now, making people aware of that seems fundamentally quite a bad option, because even if not all decided to dabble in this, enough could do so to the point that it might destroy humanity, which is a pretty bad thing. This is something of a philosophical discussion though when it comes to the nature of humans and their lack of self-control and their dangerous curiosity, so maybe that would be fun for another day. But the point is though, that basically chaos is all corrupting. And there are so many ways for it to happen, so many routes for it to reach the minds of mortals and then spread like an aggressive cancer through hive cities and Imperial forces, that just like a cancer, the Imperium treats even the possibility of it spreading with zero tolerance. And again, the faster they can discover it, the less likely it is to cause massive damage. They'll cut it out and obliterate any signs of chaos corruption, because the alternative is to just invite inevitably destructive consequences that can lead to the ruin of billions of citizens, even entire systems. There is of course one other aspect why the corruption of chaos is so insane and also powerful, which is of course that humans themselves are directly responsible for the corrupting nature of chaos, because chaos is a reflection of the worst aspects of humanity, and so its dehumanizing and destructive effects are to a large part self-imposed. And that is one of the most crazy things about the nature of chaos, that you need not actually have literal contact with demons who are able to twist your mind into the darkness. No, it can just happen because of human nature itself. Someone who is maybe especially cruel, especially selfish, and will allow their darkest desires to be fueled by forces beyond their control and understanding, and eventually cause consequences far beyond their most foul imaginings. And this is why those pervasive, minimal seeds, the corrupting nature of chaos, is one of the most powerful, most insane, the highest threats facing humanity and the Imperium.
Oh, there we go. So I can say what I wanted to say. Sorry. Going back to what I was saying before, y'all see that mask? Y'all see that mask with spikes in it? Y'all see that mask with spikes in it? Why would you put any of that on your face? Why would you put any of that on your face? Why would you do that? For what purpose? What purpose? For what purpose would you put that on? Why would you wear that? It's got straps. It's got straps so you can tighten it. There's spikes on the bridge of the nose. I don't want nothing sticking in my nose. What you think I am? One of the 6 paths of pain? Putting rods up in my nose and all over my ears and everywhere? Why? Why would you make a mask that is specifically made to be worn on the face so you can just... Why? Why would you do that? This silence offends me. This silence offends Slaanesh. Well, good, because I don't care about Slaanesh. Because you took your real face off. Why do people get face piercings? I don't know. I don't know. Side note, Chaos Undivided is the hardest path because it is a balancing act between the gods. Cyphus Cain once Slaanesh demonette and still remained himself impure. You cannot break Cain. He's an unbreakable, Cain the unbreakable. Why would you get a mask like that? Like, hold on.
Corrupting nature eventually cause consequences far beyond their most foul imaginings. A big thanks to you humanity and the Imperium. As always, guys, I will say the nature of chaos is one of the most powerful, most insane, the highest threats facing humanity and the Imperium. As always, guys, I will say a big thanks to you guys for supporting and watching the channel. If you enjoyed, please drop a like, and undoubtedly there are many options here that I have not covered that you believe will be insane and powerful weapons. Well, I already have part 2 well underway, so stay tuned because that one will be following here on the channel very soon. Thanks as always, I'll see you in the next one.
These weapons are crazy. You could wear someone else's face? I don't want to wear no one else's face. I'm good. I like mine. I like mine. People like mine. I'm gonna keep it. Let's see. Vol brought enough time to construct the talismans. Their real potential was never realized by the Imperium, nor even by Abaddon. The talismans of Vol were controlled by the spirits of those Eldar seers killed by the Necron invasion. His revered Highness Inquisitor Horst. At the heart of each talisman sat one of the eyes of the witch. They enabled the departed spirits to channel vast amounts of energy from the immaterium into real space. In this way, Vol intended to banish the Void Dragon for eternity. His revered Highness Inquisitor Horst. Okay, that is part 1. So, we got weapons that can create black holes on impact. Can displace your body, but also have it exist in the same space and it will just fold in on itself. We have weapons that are capable of opening up entire portals into real-time space, where you could then either get ripped apart atom by atom, or sent directly into the warp and subjected to the horrors within. We have giant space stations that are capable of obliterating planets, and when combined with the power of other ones, can obliterate entire star systems. We got AI that can upgrade a ship's systems to the point where it can do a lot of what I just mentioned, just based off of that strength. And we also got weapons from, we basically also have like chaos corruption as well. Let me see. Okay, so we got the Dark Age of Technology STC weapons. We got the Eldar weapons, like their distortion weapons and everything they got going on there. We got the Blackstone fortresses. We got the Necron CO, which is basically just like, let me poke the map and then watch that part of the map explode in real time, which I figure is one of the most overpowered things I have ever seen in fiction. Let me just knock away one of these planets, and that planet in real time will implode and go supernova, and thus take out pretty much anything in its vicinity, if not the entire solar system in the same process. And then, of course, we have chaos corruption and everything that it brings. If you watch the Imperium's Greatest Losses Part 2, you will witness what happened to Cadia. Warning, you will cry a lot. That remains to be seen. You should watch something on Titans one day. They're sick. If Luetin's got some videos on Titans, then we can make a day of it as well. We can make a day of it. For now, let's move on to Part 2. And this one is only like a minute or so shorter than the last one, but given the fact that I pretty much extended that by a full-on hour, yeah, this ought to be fun. Let's see. Yeah, Sanguinus, one of the Primarchs, was friend with the Necron, the Silent King. Huh. Interesting. Let's keep it going.
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. There are many reasons why Audible is a great service, but most of all, it can save you a lot on the newest 40K audiobooks. You can get a free audiobook of your choice plus 2 Audible originals using my link. Please be sure to check it out at audible.com/Luetin. At the end of the video, I'll cover some audiobook choices that I think you should give a listen to.
Also, real quick, for anyone who's playing We Got Time to Kill, so do I. To anyone who's playing Space Marine 2 right now, how's it faring? How's it going? How's it going? I know I said that I would like to hear some updates on how the game feels to play right now with all these supposed nerfs that are currently in there right now. If it doesn't feel like much has changed, then I really don't... If it doesn't feel like much has changed, then maybe people are blowing that out of proportion. But let me know how the game is feeling right now as far as everything that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. The green tide of orcdom is upon us, and we are alone. There can be no mercy, no surrender. If we survive this day, it will be a miracle. Commissaire Sebastian Yarick. I heard about Yarick. Y'all told me about Yarick before. Insane Weapons of the 40K Galaxy, Part 2!
We return now to the world of insane weapons and powerful tools in the galaxy of the 41st millennium. However, within that I want to note that given just how many weapons are completely bonkers in the dark and far future, it seems likely this series will run on, and if you want to see that happen, hit the like as always. As I say, the better a video does, the more I will make. As with the last time, I will just note briefly that for the purposes of these videos, I am considering a weapon to be anything that is simply destructive to an enemy, which can mean simply being powerfully advantageous to its user, not necessarily a literal and physically offensive object, device, or infantry weapon. It could simply be a concept or belief system. For example, as we learned last time with the corrupting nature of chaos, which was also illustrated in the Defense of Riser video, just how insidious and problematic chaos corruption can be, and that if nothing else it creates weakness within the enemy. This is why in the past many weapons were focused on wounding, not killing an enemy, so that it would burden your opposition with casualties, and the key element is that whatever it is, it enables destruction. Lastly, I will say that you guys have made plenty of good suggestions last time around for more choices to cover. There is very obviously a huge wealth of weapons and different processes that rise to a level of being insanely powerful, so if it's not featured here, don't worry, I may well already be writing it up for the 3rd installment, but you'll need to join me next time around to find out if it's featured. Firstly today, an Imperial weapon.
Hold on, give me a sec. Side of my fingernail feels odd, and I would hate to rub my eye and I kind of slice into it because of the edge feeling good. I'll clip my nails once this is done. Death Strike Missiles!
And within the Firstly today, an Imperial weapon, and within the realms of some of the weapons we've been talking about, this may appear on the face of it to be something of a controversial choice, as I have selected the Astra Militarum's Death Strike Missiles. Now you may be saying, what? Just a missile? How is that insane or crazy and powerful? Well, hear me out. I would admit that Death Strike missiles will probably not stand out immediately as a crazy or a powerful weapon. However, it does have a solid dose of insanity about it, and we'll come to why shortly. The first great thing about Death Strikes is quite crudely that it has a truly epic name. When you're launching Death Strike missiles, you really know what you're going to be getting when you call these guys in. The next reason for me is that the Imperial Guard don't catch many breaks, so for them having some awesome firepower in terms of long-range very powerful ordnance is no doubt appreciated by those in the trenches. Lastly, and also probably most importantly, the reason I chose the Death Strike missiles is that the weapon is very representative of the upside-down, apathetic attitude towards human losses within the Imperium. The Death Strike is not a complex weapon, it has no temporal black hole firing archaeotech functionality, It's not harboring some latent AI or able to extinguish stars. It's simply a single huge intercontinental ballistic missile mounted on the body of an Imperial Guard Chimera to use as a mobile launching platform. It's pretty low tech. In fact, it's barely different than what we have now in the 21st century. You don't need a huge team to operate it because it's just a huge missile mounted on a transport. Once it's fired, the operators of said launch vehicles are going to either turn around and hightail it back for rearming or jump out and get into the fight. Either way though, they're going to be very soft targets for your enemy once they've delivered their payload. But
I find it hilarious how Rob is just saying, Death Strike on the tabletop have a range. Death Strike on the tabletop have a range of several table lengths, and he just screams, "Nukes!" Yeah, I figured that these were just giant nukes. I figured that's what these were.
considering they're likely to be quite light,
It's always the missiles that have like either a red ring around it or like a red tip at the top that is like, oh, that's a nuke. That's a nuke. That's not an average bomb. That's not an average missile. That's a nuke because it has red.
likely out of sight of the action, that's probably a very minor consideration in the grand scheme of things. Regardless, who really cares about Johnny Guardsman driving his tank? We want to know more about Commissar Notley overviewing his gigantic barrage of Death Strike missiles raining down on the waves of heretics and Xenos who dared to invade Imperial territory. Now, you might still be thinking, well, that doesn't seem very insane. On the face of it, I'd agree. However, its functionality and even its lethality is not what I love about the Death Strike. Yes, it can fire over absolutely massive distances, which makes sense as it's basically just a rocket with an immensely powerful warhead, but this is where we need to come to one of my favourite parts of the Imperium, its comically bleak levels of apathetic bureaucracy. Just what I mean by this is that there will generally speaking be minimal attention paid to the thousands of guardsmen being turned into meat paste by alien horrors. There may well be some forms filled out, but that's about it. Yet the Death Strike is considered to be such a powerful weapon that it requires all manner of special authorization from the Militarum to be deployed, and because the administrative process required to make literal craters out of its enemies, leaving little if any remains, is in fact considerable, I always like to imagine an Adeptus Administratum logistics representative asking an officer at some forward base on a besieged planet, "Are you really sure those Death Strikes are needed, sir? Because..."
Let's see. Hey, news. Space Marine 2 update trailer dropped. Did y'all watch it? I've already watched the trailer for it. I want to say, yeah, I've already, if I remember correctly, I've pretty much seen that update trailer already. Hold on. I know we're taking a pivot. I know we're taking a pivot. Yeah, 8 hours ago, I believe I've already seen this trailer. Hold on, it's only a couple of seconds. Only a couple of seconds. Yeah, I saw part of this when they were explaining the official post-launch trailer, which I saw yesterday. So pretty much everything you've seen in this trailer was already a part of the post-launch trailer from yesterday. Let's see. Space Marine 2 tactical chainsword ballistic engine, average solo tested, fencing, I don't see any change. Commander, you see that army at that direction? Yes, sir. Use Death Strike. Roger. Removing that direction. I love that. Going to substantial, solo, vanguard, or sniper fencing dagger, you decide. Can you try out the sniper fencing dagger? Because I'm using a sniper class. That's the one I'm trying to max out first. I haven't touched any other classes. Sniper is the one I'm still working on. I'm like level something. I'm not level 20 or anything of that nature because I play other games and do other things. But if you can try out the sniper fencing dagger and see just how the timing is for that, I would greatly appreciate it because I've been getting the swing of using a fencing dagger and I love using a fencing weapon because it lets me do parries easier. Please if you could try out the sniper fencing dagger and let me know if the timing on parries has changed from the last time you used it before today's update. If you could do that, I greatly appreciate it.
I'm going to have to fill out a whole set of new forms for you to plus ask you.
I think my food is here. Hold on. Give me a sec. Because I want to talk about the whole thing about, like, needing a ton of paperwork just to fire a Death Strike missile. But let me see if my food is here. I'll be right back. My mistake, everyone. Family was not coming back with food. They were leaving to go and get food. Welcome back, kitty. So where's everyone from? Canada here. US from here. East side of the US. Good to see someone from Canada over here. I'm not going to make any jokes about maple syrup or saying A at the end of A at the end of each sentence because that is such an overplayed stereotype. So, but it's good to see someone. It's good to see someone from Canada here. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
The Mechanicus and Ecclesiarchy to arrange their whole series of ceremonies. The insane part of a Death Strike is less what it does and more the hoops that have to be jumped through just for them to be deployed. Death Strikes can be outfitted with a whole range of payloads, from plasma to biological, even vortex-tipped. So like many powerful weapons in the Imperium, they can end up becoming viewed in many respects as some kind of holy weapon. Consequently,
why not? We are used to it. It's not instinctual for me to do that. Like, some places I will, some jokes I'll do, but I tend to steer away from any, like, stereotypical nation jokes or stuff, because frankly, I just don't do it, just off the cuff. Not something that I avoid, but not something I actively avoid, but it's just never something that comes to mind for me to actually do. Ex-USSR, Central East Europe, Balkans, aka Hungary. Welcome, welcome. Yes. I'm surprised the fact that this channel has managed to reach, internationally, people outside of the US, so I still consider that very cool.
Their author is coming
but
viewed
also,
in many ways, like Ecclesiarchy.
The whole matter of, as devastating as this Death Strike missile actually is, there is just a mountain of paperwork one has to do in order to even use it. We need to use the Death Strike missile. Have you filled out your Death Strike permission slip? I need you to fill that out, all in triplicate, then send it to a commissaire, who will send it to an inquisitor, who will send it to the person in charge of the battalion you are in charge of. Wait exactly 3 days for confirmation, and then we'll see if they will then you'll get a response back on whether you should use it or not. If you are not able to use the Death Strike missile, you need to wait 24 hours before submitting the same type of form again. There's just so much, it's just so much extra stuff you gotta do. Let's see. Hey, it's the effect of 40K. I know. We don't take offense. At the same time, I just don't personally do like jokes of other countries, unless I'm making fun of my own United States. Then I'll clown it, because boy, do we have a lot of things we do here that can just be made fun of constantly. But I don't do that for other countries. Not that I know of. I don't do that for other countries because I don't do it. There's a lot of preparation behind it, probably. It seems so.
To arrange their whole series of ceremonies. The insane part of a Death Strike is less what it does and more the hoops that have to be jumped through just for them to be deployed. Death Strikes can be outfitted with a whole range of payloads from plasma to biological, even vortex tipped. So like many powerful weapons in the Imperium, they can end up becoming viewed in many respects as some kind of holy weapon. Consequently, their authorization and deployment is tied up by red tape and weighed down under paperwork and ceremonial process. For something more advanced like a Baneblade or a Titan, you could perhaps forgive such long-form procedures. But for the Deathstrike, come on Imperium, to even get Deathstrike missiles to a battlefield requires an extensive process before they can be rolled out, which stands in stark contrast.
I like clowning on the US. As a US citizen, I like clowning on it too.
To save battalions of Imperial Guard, where instead of having to check off all the boxes before moving on to scented oil ceremonies, you're more likely to be asked, really sir, are you sure you only want 50,000 guardsmen? Because, you know, we can give you another 100,000 men if you really need it. It's not a problem. I don't know why you wouldn't take those extra guardsmen. You know, they're just waiting to be thrown against the enemy. So rubber stamp it and you're good to go. The Deathstrike missiles are comically perfect metaphor for much of the Imperium for me, because they sit on this farcical line between being powerful and very pertinent tools for the Imperial Guard, but are also then completely hamstrung by bureaucracy, making them not exactly practical. Meanwhile, thousands of guardsmen are being literally shredded in real time by their enemies, but hey, it's the Imperium, so you can always deploy more guardsmen. A single missile, on the other hand, turned out by Imperial Factorums, now hold on, that quite obviously needs considerably more scented oils and ecclesiastical readings before we can even get to thinking about rolling them out from the armory. Anything else would just be complete blasphemy. Of course, when the Deathstrike does bring its firepower to the battlefield, it can be truly apocalyptic, razing cities, bunkers, Xenos hordes, traitors, or insurgent encampments. They could be used defensively by Imperials upon besieged worlds, or offensively in supporting an assaulting force launched ahead of infantry to help secure strategic territory and resources. Their range and power is so vast that their targets are likely not even going to be aware an enemy force may be headed their way before they suffer catastrophic casualties as if struck down by the very hand of the Emperor. Judgment rained down upon them in fiery destruction by the Deathstrike missile. Hoping though, of course, that they've managed to even be deployed before the majority of the Imperial forces are obliterated.
Necron Aonic orbs.
But now we return to more diabolical Xenos Necron technology.
Now, before we get started here, I know I just left because I thought food was here, but also trash just came by, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that can in so family doesn't have to worry about it once they pull up. Because I must be a good son. I must be a good son. It is one of my responsibilities as I live here in this house. I must do what is necessary to make everybody else's job easier. Be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I will return. Right, returned. Continue. Anybody else play tabletop? Never have. Wow, he became a... he became a slough of garbage. I have cheeseburger. Life good. Yes! Yes! Cheeseburger is good! Cheeseburger with bourbon based. And bacon is better. I still won't forgive Wendy's for getting rid of their bourbon bacon cheeseburger.
And comparative to my first choice, this one is genuinely controversial, and that will become clear why. But it also ignites one of my worst fears in the form of yet another attack of the 40k unpronounceables because of their use of the odd AE symbol. I am fairly past the point of caring now when it comes to 40k pronunciations. I'm just done with it because some of the names of characters of things start to feel ever more like being weird just for the sake of it. I'm just going with what appears the easiest, Aonic. And that's what I'm going with, and that's how I will always say that. The reason being, I did find another use of this in 40k, and it was also to pronounce the word ether. Anyway, what is this strange Necron object and what does it do? Well, first, and I know how you all love this, I have a solid preamble to get through because I need to note fairly importantly that this is a very questionable object in the sense of is it actually even being a thing or not? So trust me, we do need to know a little bit more about the background of its emergence before I even describe what it is. However, I did decide to add in this note here. If you cannot be bothered to hear me talking about how this thing came to be, I have timestamped this video, so you can either check in the timeline below the video or in the notes, and skip over to the next section. The Aonic orb has never had an official model created for it for starters. Now for many of you that may not matter, there are of course plenty of other things within the background of 40k that have no actual model. But as I said, it's tricky to really know if this Necron artifact is actually considered a genuine thing or if it was just a flight of fancy as an idea, because it also doesn't really appear in any narrative material either. It was basically more of a concept, but it was a little more than that, as I will explain. Personally, I enjoy the often very confusing and chaotic nature of 40k. It's something that feels like an unending puzzle with leads chasing off in different directions. It can be very contradictory at times, where all you can do is try to discern your best guess as to just how things really are. It's actually an intentional part of the design of 40k as well, but I actually find this to be quite refreshing. There are a great deal as well of peripheral details, often very vague at the best of times, and as I've said before, my overall view is that how true or untrue something is depends mostly on how collectively well defined it is. It's much...
Hold on, real quick, let me see what you guys have said. Yes, kitty, like ping pong, now take your meds, grandma. Hey! Never again will you refer to Kitty as such. She's a legend in this community. You will give her the respect that is due her. Let's see, who you calling grandma? The one doing a boomer when we're talking about another topic. She doesn't know anything about a Warhammer tabletop. She knows nothing. She knows that it's a bloody game based on me playing Space Marine 2 earlier on. She knows that it was gory and bloody and there's plenty of dismemberment and that's as far as her knowledge of Warhammer goes. Leave her be. Leave her be.
Much more about that than it is somebody simply just stating that a thing occurred or existed. And this is why, despite in some of the newer books, new material, dropping potentially very big revelations, I'm very wary about believing it being set in stone, because you just hear it from one person. And when you're in an entire galaxy and all you have is one person's account, how much do you trust it? What's their motivation? What's their history, their overall goals? What's their faction? My overall methodology is that within 40k, the more discussed and the more documented something is, again, perhaps cross-factionally as well, the more likely you can consider it to be objectively true. But even then, there's a lot of room for doubt. What if something is widely documented in a faction, but its origins were distorted to deliberately sow confusion, thus projecting or distorting events outside of our field of view? So it is a complex and troubling thing, but it is also part of 40k nonetheless. And as much as we might like things to be very neat and tidy, all squared away with proper labels and dates and above all certainty, it just doesn't work that way in 40k. And I know that bothers some people, but it is simply how it is. Now specifically when it comes to the Aonic orb, I want to be absolutely clear. This was never something included in an official 40k book. So you're probably by now already gathering wood to start lighting the inquisitional fires at my feet, but hold on. Although it was never included in an official book, the Aonic orb was displayed on the Specialist Games site run by Games Workshop. What the hell is that? Well, it doesn't exist anymore, but you see, quite a few years ago, Games Workshop had a lot of its older material for spin-off games like Necromunda, Battlefleet Gothic, and Epic. In fact, I seem to remember that when Necromunda stopped being officially supported, Games Workshop actually had the whole rulebook freely available to download. But this site
that is a very broad shoulder this
and
dude's got. Like, look at the way his arm is extending out, holding the sword, versus like how broad his shoulder is and then to the center of his chest. That's a long shoulder. I'm not even going to talk about the mohawk that he's got. That's a long shoulder. That's longer than any of the dudes right next to him have. Just stretching his whole arm out. That's a big shoulder. Why your shoulder so big? Oh yes, Kitty, the game is it's very bloody. See, the thing is, me and Kitty's experience with Warhammer pretty much started with Space Marine 2. So me learning this stuff is me and Kitty are both learning about this stuff, because since she's here listening to all of this and I'm here listening to all of this is how our knowledge is increasing about Warhammer. That and the knowledge you guys are dropping in chat, which I do appreciate, by the way. Thank you.
Sort of house rules to add interest and flavour to these spin-off titles. Even though they weren't being officially supported, they wanted to sort of add something, I guess, for the community back then. So that's really what this Specialist Games site was, and I believe it was most prominently active in the early 2000s up to about 2006, but I'll admit it's not something I paid super close attention to, so maybe somebody can tell differently or I'm just wrong, but that was my understanding. Either way, the Specialist Games site definitely had some sort of connection to what would be considered official material because it was part of Games Workshop's online presence at the time. But I would judge it to be basically anyone's individual call as to whether you would actually consider it being truly a part of what we would ostensibly define as the actual 40k verse. It would of course close when things were steadily revamped. Later, some games like Necromunda of course relaunched as completely refreshed products. However, games like Epic.
What's going on? Why do anything? I recommend Baldermort's Night Lords. I think someone said something about looking at some Baldermort videos before. We'll see if we got time for it, because I'm really just focusing on most powerful weapons and insane weapons right now. So we'll see where we end up once this video's done. I'll probably be eating some food, but I'll look into some other stuff. I believe one thing that was brought up was like Titans, talking about the Titans. Hold on, let me see if I can find that comment. It was talking about watch something on Titans one day. That's one thing, and then you talking about Night Lords, Baldermorts. That's not the first time I heard of that. Not the first time I heard that name, Baldermort, because I think I saw some numerous people saying like you should look into this video about from Baldermort about this faction and this faction. So there's quite a list of things that people want me to watch concerning Warhammer, so yeah. Yeah. Let's see, 29 years RPGs, 28 years DMing for them, 26 years 40k, 32 years playing games. Quite the prestigious little history you have there, Miklos. Or Miklos. Please tell me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Miklos, please tell me or just tell me if I'm saying it utterly wrong. Please let me know, because I want to make sure that I pronounce people's names correctly.
Continued to not have new tabletop versions of those games released, but it is my fairly confident guesstimation that it is fairly inevitable they will do, but just so far not yet. Now, although no longer officially supported by Games Workshop, there was still a solid group of people who wanted to enjoy and still have access to these unsupported titles. And this is where you see websites providing unofficial but community accepted army lists for units and so on, to give everybody a stable field to work off of. What I want to note is that although they are unofficial, these sources are usually confined to just doing the rules and unit stats. They're not just creating random background details. You know, this can occur, but most of the time that's not what it is. It's just about rules and stats. And I wanted to clarify that because in terms of the Aonic orb, as I noted earlier, it had no official model produced or official background produced. But even though it never had a specific model created for it, it did originate from the Specialist Games site produced by GW. Now, I know this was a lot of preamble blur, but I'm sorry for that. But it is important and relevant because the Necron Aonic Orb is a very unusual oddity. It's sort of official and sort of unofficial. It hasn't been officially, and I'll say it, retconned, because it originated from a time when Games Workshop were trying to provide extra detail for specialist game communities. Nothing has since overwritten or superseded it, but if you were to look at the original descriptions of it now, you'd be forgiven for thinking it was a completely unofficial thing. In fact, that's even what I thought when I first was reading about this. Now, I can't imagine we'll see something like this happen again because it's such a weird, specific oddity happening toward the retirement of one title and before things were even getting formalized in terms of just what material was provided where, really. It was very scrappy and weird, but this kind of extra game support did set up for supplements that would follow on right through to now where we are, where we're seeing things like Psychic Awakening in 40K providing individual units to accompany the specific narratives. Maybe I could have just skipped all of that and just said it's like how Psychic Awakening was and how they had specific units with that, but for the old Epic game system, and then you wouldn't have had to listen to me ramble through it all. Oh well. So, what is the Aonic Orb? It was created long ago as an expression of ultimate power. The Aonic Orb is the epitome of Necron technology and a testament to the might of the Catan. In essence, the orb is a fragment of a star contained within a necrodermis sphere, stabilized by the awesome power of Necron magnetic technology. This containment system gives the orb its primary power source. The orb itself is mounted on a massive skimming platform that gives the orb its mobility. Aonic orbs were rare even at the zenith of the Necron's empire, and the Aonic orb is probably the rarest Necron weapon in the current period of the galaxy. Their rarity is in part due to the fact that they are no longer able to be created by the Necron, because in order to do so, a Catan was required to destroy an entire star to shackle the power of the star for the use by the Necron. Its power is on a scale that would be described as titanic weaponry, because when one is observed by a Necron army, it's almost always to eliminate enemy titans, although it is unlikely an enemy of the Necron have ever actually seen an Aonic Orb, because they would have no idea of what was about to come their way, and know that if they did see one, immediate and urgent fleeing should be the best course of action. In some respects, the Aonic Orb is quite simple. It's this star fragment constrained within the necrodermis shielding, unleashing the power of solar flares against its enemy. And this is achieved by adjustment of its containment fields surrounding this star fragment. It focuses a concentrated plume of plasma generated by the stellar fragment into a high velocity bolt. It's so
Okay, I got you. It's Miklos. 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 Yeah, it's Miklos. Okay. Or Miklos, as in Osh. Oh, so it's Miklos. Miklos. Okay, gotcha. Miklos. Thank you. I wanted to make sure I was right. Ultimate power, perhaps. Hold on. I gotta put the right stuff on for this. Hold on. Hold on. Unlimited power! I have waited a long time for this moment, my little YouTube friends. This is the type of stuff you have on where you just hold your hands out and just go. I'm sorry, let's keep going.
Unleashing the power of solar flares against its enemy. And this is achieved by adjustment.
Let's go back.
Immediate and
because I'm missing out on the description of what this weapon does.
urgent fleeing should be the best course of action. In some respects, the Aonic Orb is quite simple. It's this star fragment constrained within the necrodermis shielding, unleashing the power of solar flares against its enemy. And this is achieved by adjustment of its containment fields surrounding this star fragment. It focuses a concentrated plume of plasma generated by the stellar fragment into a high-velocity bolt. It's so powerful that the plasma suffers no loss of heat or velocity, and horrifically, this allows the Necrons to direct a plasma beam of focused solar energy. It's able to cut through virtually any material without resistance. Titans have reported as having suffered catastrophic damage when engaged by Necron Aonic orbs, and despite having the most powerful shielding in the Imperium, they were unable to withstand the sheer power of a focused stellar beam. However, the weapon is not without its limitations. Forming the containment beam is so energy intensive that the orb requires significant periods of time to recover from firing. To that end, the Aonic beam has another option that is weaker but similar in concept to this solar flare, and it's known as a solar burst. It is a much weaker containment beam used to guide a mass of plasma to a target, which results in the plasma losing heat at an incredible rate. So by the time it reaches its target, its effects, while powerful, are not comparable to the main solar flare beam. Its range is considerably more limited, but despite this, the explosive force and radiation unleashed upon its targets is still sufficient to cause havoc among its victims. The Necron and Eldar have dabbled in some of the most end-of-days weaponry, and the Aonic Orb is no exception. The Necron were able to shatter the Catan, being so powerful that they could literally distort causality, and the Necron in defeating them unleashed all manner of strange effects. It seems in fact that the Necron have a very far and much deeper understanding of the galaxy and the forces at play than many would consider them capable of, or hope they were capable of, and that for their appearance as ghoulish metallic legions of destruction, they are in some respects far more refined and cautious in their curating of the precise forces at work in the galaxy. To this end, they have what are known as the Cryptex, who specialise in the highly advanced fields of technology and knowledge. Among them are also what are known as Chronomancers, who have a deep understanding of time, causality, and even able to bend time to their will. The overall point here is that much of what the Necron find themselves focused on bears little consideration for mortal races, but they do understand that there are some powers so dangerous that even they must utilise caution and restraint, lest they unleash powers or chains of events so powerful that nothing can contain them, leading to the annihilation of all things. It appears likely that it was their ability to wield powers strong enough to enable the destruction of the Catan that brought them to this realization. But the bottom line is that the Aonic Orb probably does lean slightly more toward unofficial than official, and I could have chosen not to include it, except for one reason, which is that it does fit completely within the sphere of what we know the Necron to be capable of, and what we would...
Yo, Hobbit with another super chat. Necrons, enemy titans, will fire a sun at them. Just the. I feel like that conversation wouldn't even be loudly yelled. I just honestly feel they would just say like, titans, burn them with the sun. All right, and then you just throw an orb at them and they just get fried instantly. Thank you, Hobbit, once again for another super chat.
Expect the Necron to deploy to the battlefield. It's a very well crafted device in terms of fitting within the background, and in some ways it's actually not even as powerful as some of their other technology. I mean, please do remember that one of the Necron's fully official weapons was basically a Death Star mobile tomb world armed with Gorse weapons that could literally scorch, disintegrate, and turn to sterile ash the surface of any planet it encountered. Those vast platforms also had powerful gravitic wave energy which could tear apart enemy ships, as well as teleportation devices able to transport asteroids and other material inside ships, destroying them from the inside out. So the Necrons have some astonishingly powerful technology. It's a weapon of the living metal undead who have literally destroyed gods and shackled them to their whim, who are capable of destroying entire solar systems seemingly at their will. So an Aonic Orb is well within the reasonable grasp of their technology, plus their rarity means that based on how I interpret 40k lore, it could be a real thing, or it could just be a mythical thing misinterpreted by the few surviving guardsmen of a truly apocalyptic battle on some distant planet, passed down through word of mouth and has become muddled and exaggerated over time, so who can really say? So consider how powerful much of Necron technology is before writing off the Aonic Orb. I guess the last thing I'll say is quite simply, is the Aonic Orb real or not? That all depends on if you trust the drunken late night reminiscent ramblings of Sergeant Tough Bastard of the Imperial 183rd, or any other random unstable individuals who are rambling and talking to themselves, somehow able to have survived and just may or may not have witnessed an Aonic Orb in action.
Alright, so now... Perfect segue. Family's here with food before we get started with the orc attack moons. I'm gonna grab my food and then we'll continue. Hold tight. All right, I'm back. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. Thank you. Let's see. Didn't believe they existed. Let me see. To all our... Yo! Wait! Hold on! Another one when I was away? Yo, Kitty! Hold on. The time to reply to this super chat has expired. Man! But Kitty with the super chat as well. Thank you. Till all are one. Yes. Let me see. The Tau got traumatized by Titans when they saw them at first. Didn't believe they existed, stupid Tau. Yeah, or neurons are OP, maybe the only force powerful to stop both the Tyranids and the Chaos Gods. Looking at you, Trazine the Infinite. Let's see, Necrons. Yeah, autocorrect does get you. Kitty knows this, but when I say... I did that on purpose. So you just gonna wait until I'm gone just for me to come back with a surprise super chat just sitting up there. Thank you. Let's see. But yeah, autocorrect be getting me as well. How are you gonna put up like I'm like, say I'm talking to one of my family members and it says like, just give me a sec, I'll be right back. And instead of putting just, you put Judy. I don't know no Judys. I never used the name Judy in a sentence before. Why are you automatically putting Judy up on my text as if I'm trying to say, Judy, a second, I'll be right back? No, I'm saying just. If I'm doing the swipe, if I'm swiping on my keyboard, which is what I use, and I don't touch the letter D, why are you putting D in there? Autocorrect gets on my nerves sometimes too. Okay, now that I've smoked like 3 cigs and finished my beer, time to open up another can and test the sniper. I'm gonna do an Angry Marines on Zeech's misbehaving. Q needs to start TTS. Yeah, I know, y'all been telling me to look into the Emperor of Mankind TTS series. The thing about that is that it can be like a little bit of a short series simply because the videos themselves are short and it's not like an hour long. So I can choose how long I can do that. So that'll be something I'll tackle a little bit later on. Just give me a bit because y'all keep giving me so much to look into. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. On to the Orc attack moons. While I eat.
Orcs are often wildly underestimated for the danger they present to the galaxy and to the Imperium, and orcs when left unchecked can quickly rise to becoming unstoppable. Once they gain momentum in a warg, it can take massive...
They start short. Ah, I see.
...resources to prevent them from ravaging entire systems like a plague of insects. It's worth remembering that at one point they stood on the cusp of destroying the Imperium in what was known as the War of the Beast in the middle of M32. And this was a costly and devastating campaign that in some ways was worse than that of the Heresy. This time was one of the first instances the Imperium would experience what are known as Orc attack moons. During another battle against the Xenos, who are known as the Chromes, Astartes here were noticing a lot of strange gravity changes and disturbing geological events. And as reinforcements were sent to assist, they soon realised that the cause of these disturbances were in fact a strange Orc planetoid that had appeared in orbit around the world, and quickly they would engage and destroy much of the reinforcing Imperials that were there. Stranger though still was it appeared to be phasing in and out of material space. As it became more stable, hordes of orcs began to appear, slaughtering whatever was left of the Imperials, and a broken message was sent out to the Imperium that it was facing a threat the likes of which it had never seen before. It's worth noting
don't go overboard with the caps there, Rob.
The Imperial 5th chapter had been exterminated by these events.
Automation will hide that as soon as you try it.
As Orc attack moons were being more commonly seen. They left devastation wherever they appeared and deployed massive waves of orcs upon planets that they came into the orbit of. The situation became worse and worse, and billions perished. The story of the War of the Beast is long and contains many other interesting incidents like the Proletarian Crusade that I have mentioned previously. It also involves the reappearance and subsequent last appearance of the Primarch Vulcan of the Salamanders. He is assumed by many to be dead, but given he is a perpetual, the Salamanders still hunt for him to this day. But what about these attack moons? Well, they were devastating weapons seen only in the most frenzied and sprawling of Orc wargs. They are basically battle planetoids, extremely powerful in both armament and capability. The Orcs, you should know, are the strange creation of the ancient race known as the Old Ones, and like many races in the galaxy that are suspected to originate from the Old Ones' planetary seeding, they have curious instinctive abilities when it comes to technology. So Orcs are capable of simply hammering different tech together, and somehow it just miraculously works. This can extend to them constructing machines that even defy the laws of physics, but simply because of their enthusiasm, Orcs can seemingly will things to work. In some respects, these traits bear something of a similarity to the race known as the Jakaro. But whereas the Jakaro tend to kind of just improve existing things, Orcs will in fact construct Titans from scrap, which by all visual appearance should simply fall apart, yet often they are equally as tough as their Mechanicus Titanic counterparts. Orcs will often attack worlds by landing in what are known as rocks, and they are called rocks because they're basically big rocks or asteroids that Orc mech boys have hollowed out and then fitted with plasma engines and all manner of other bashed together tech, likely just whatever was available. However, Orc rocks are usually not capable of warp travel and they just drift around, and then when they're near enough to a world, they'll fire up their engines and smash into a planet, causing massive damage and then unleashing hordes of Orcs into a world, likely that they will then never be rid of them. Attack moons, in a simpler sense, are basically scaled up rocks. This is not dissimilar to a lot of Orc tech. They often will find something small kind of works and then they simply scale it up bigger and bigger, because if it works well already, then it's going to work well when it's bigger. And quite honestly, most of the time this isn't actually too far away from what other races do with their tech too, including humanity and the Imperium. So one of the primary things that's different about Orc attack moons is that they're capable of FTL travel. This is why they appear to often phase in and out of material space. But unlike most FTL, they're not using the warp. The Orcs somehow create what the Mechanicus believe to be a subspace corridor, a dimensional space in between the warp and real space, and we could speculate they're using whatever dimensional space the Eldar webway is contained within, considering that this was created in and around the time of the Old Ones, and given the Orcs' believed origins also have the connection. This travel seems typically Orcy in nature.
Now, real quick, I've been giving my opinions on everything thus far. When I heard about the Orcs and how they just behave, and they are literally just the personification of dumb idea made real. That is literally Orcs. Hey, I think this piece of metal will allow me to fly. You know what? I think it will allow you to fly. The next thing you know, that piece of metal, that Orc is now flying on it. Because Orcs are capable of manipulating reality. Just subconsciously manipulating reality. Stuff that, like Luetin says, stuff that should not work, works with the Orcs. Oh, this thing ought to be able to make us go from this planet over to this planet, because I want it to. And then a whole bunch of Orcs start agreeing, and then all of a sudden just, whatever they're trying to use to go travel through space, it just does it. Magic. Orc magic.
In that it is not exactly smooth, and there is this strange period of phasing in and out of real space accompanied by these very powerful gravity forces that will affect nearby planets. However, this is no negative for the Orcs. If anything, it's beneficial, as it will often cause geological and environmental chaos on a planet, meaning that by the time the Orcs are ready to invade the world, it's far less likely to be prepared, if not already in a state of total disruption. But aside from these huge problems created for a planet by simply phasing in and out of real space so close to it that it destroys the balance of a world, causing apocalyptic environmental disruption, they also boast other terrifying weapons. Powerful beam emitters that can tear a planet apart, as well as void shielding, apparently more powerful than even Imperial battleships. Their most feared weapon, though, is the legendary gravitic whip. This was described as being a gravity weapon that appeared visually as a green snake-like whip of energy surrounding an attack moon that would strike against any target the Orcs focused on, and the power unleashed was so great it would near enough shear anything in two as instantly as the gravity lash hit, or that it would then wrap around it so that the seismic crushing power would just shred whatever object it had caught upon. It's believed that this power came from the mass of Orc energy buried somewhere within its hollowed centre, likely a scaled up version of the same mysterious energies that power Orc Titanic battle mechs. The gravity whip is extremely feared by the Imperial fleet commanders, as they have little to no defence against its power. Entire battle fleets could near enough be destroyed with one pass from the gravity whip, tearing them apart like matchsticks. The only saving grace was the high amount of power needed to activate the fearsome weapon, and this gave Imperial commanders some room for manoeuvre and planned engagements in between its assaults. Attack moons themselves are not exactly vessels in the sense of them moving like ships. They're more like entry-exit points for the orcs to travel through this subspace realm, I suppose similarly to the Necron's dolmen gates. But the major difference is that they're not just a gateway. When they arrive, there's something more akin to a battle station that can deploy then hordes of orcs to a planet's surface, and this is why they're often referred to by the orc as a warg gate. Using the same gravitic powers used to create the original attack moons, orc are able to transport also large sections of conquered planets up to the attack moon, thereby growing it in size and structure. This process uncovered the fact that these
So they can just Chibaku Tensei section of worlds that they conquered. Just literally ripping up pieces of a planet they're on and combining it with their moon. Just making that happen. Okay. All right, paths of pain, of orc pain.
These attack moons were somewhat akin to a prototype for the orc known as the Beast to launch a perfected much larger attack planetoid using in fact the world of Ullanor Prime itself as one gigantic battle station. And the orcs had planned to in fact destroy Terra itself with this. Thankfully, as noted under the leadership of Vulcan, this was prevented and the orc known as the Beast was slain. However, the Mechanicus would actually study and transport the world of Ullanor Prime to a new location, and although it is unknown to the Imperium commonly, this world would later become known as the fabled Imperial planet of Armageddon. Now, I debated including Exterminatus because it's such an
This is an interesting one. This one right here. So just, you know what? I'm going to let Luetin explain it to me, because my idea is that this is what happens when the Imperium deems a planet beyond saving, beyond salvage, and decide that the whole planet has to go. This is their approach to glassing as it is for Halo. Exterminatus.
Extremely obvious choice. However, the prospect of having years of comments saying why no Exterminatus was too much for me to mentally cope with. So Exterminatus is, as the name suggests, an order requiring the complete eradication of all life on a planet to reduce perhaps once vibrant places of culture, construction, life and beauty to barren, wasted rock. It's certainly no small thing and will not be enacted without usually a very good reason. Exterminatus has been used to cleanse planets rightfully owned by mankind in the face of unrecoverable and planet-wide heresy, mutation or disease that has spread like a wildfire past the point of return to stop warp rifts opening or when they have already become too severe. It is also deployed when Xenos are so entrenched into a planet that it is considered too costly to recover. This is usually not especially common because the disposable manpower the Imperium has available is usually more than enough to recover a world. However, if a planet had little importance, it may be easier to Exterminatus a planet than allow an enemy to use a lost world as a springboard to other worlds in a system. Exterminatus will also be used to obliterate worlds which are lost in other ways. For example, during the period known as the Great Scouring, after the Horus Heresy, where loyalist forces of the Imperium sought to scour the galaxy of traitors and heretics, many worlds of former Astartes legions were subject to Exterminatus to purge the memory of them, erase all trace of them ever having existed forevermore. Not to mention the fact that after the heresy, many worlds were entirely consumed by corruption, as I've discussed a lot recently, and any attempt to recover them would have been impossible if just not prohibitively costly at the time when severe damage had already been dealt to the forces of the Emperor. In essence, they were written off and just destroyed. There are several core methods by which the Imperium will deliver Exterminatus to a world. The most standard is orbital bombardment, and this is where Imperial warships will deploy heavy bombardment upon a planet.
What sort of bomb was that? See, it's one thing to have a bomb that covers a big portion of the world and then it starts to affect the rest of the world. We've seen this in disaster movies and ton of asteroid disaster movies like Armageddon or Deep Impact. But what was that?
Several core methods by which the Imperium will deliver Exterminatus to a world. The most standard is orbital bombardment.
Everything is
this
just
is where
fried
Imperial
within
warships will deploy
seconds.
heavy bombardment upon a planet until it is all but a barren wasteland devoid of any population or
Cyclonic torpedo.
biological matter. It is also a fairly vague term and could apply to things like atmospheric incineration as well, or dropping many thermonuclear missiles upon a planet with obvious consequences. One of the more dramatic and well-known methods is the aforementioned atmospheric incineration. This is the visually devastating method of Exterminatus, as well as being an incredibly fast method of annihilating a world. A device deploying nucleonic fire, raw plasma, or a bomb of extreme radioactivity is dropped to scour the surface of a world. Whichever of these are deployed, they will be of a scale so powerful that surface rock may be melted into a liquid state, organic matter be completely obliterated, vaporized, or just breaks down into radioactive sludge. Usually this is then accompanied by an atmospheric burn-off, leaving ultimately no living matter on the world. Some worlds may have below ground facilities or Xenos threats there, and this is where a two-stage system will be deployed to eradicate both the surface and below ground elements of life. Sometimes these torpedoes can be so powerful that the shockwave can in fact destabilize a planet and break it apart. One of the other most well-known Exterminatus tools is virus bombing. Virus bombs unleash what is known as the Life Eater virus, and this will
Yo, Rob Sykes. Rob Sykes already talking about the Life Eater virus. Here we are.
spread across the world extremely quickly, unleash what is known as the Life Eater virus, and this will spread across the world extremely quickly, destroying all organic cellular structures it encounters. Virus bombs will envelop a world, reducing all organic matter to a thick sludge and gaseous state before an inevitable firestorm is triggered by the Imperial forces in orbit, again burning out the atmosphere of a planet. And while devastating, virus bombs are not a method of Exterminatus guaranteed to deliver 100% extermination. Any individuals sealed in high-grade enough underground bunkers or sealed environmental facilities may be protected and able to survive the virus. And once the atmosphere has been burned off by the orbiting ships, the planet will be devoid of life. It would be safe for survivors then to emerge, except of course that the planet will usually no longer then have an atmosphere, so they would need some suits to survive still. The most horrific and perhaps primary reason why virus bomb Exterminatus are deployed is primarily their speed. The virus bomb's virus, when unleashed, can envelop a planet and wipe out the entire population of billions in mere minutes.
Minutes. This isn't like, oh, there's a virus spreading and then it's coursing all throughout the area, and within days, this entire planet will be dead. No, minutes. Mere minutes. And even if people do survive the virus and are sealed in bunkers, the place would still lack an atmosphere, because that's the whole purpose, to make it devoid of any possibility of anything living. So even if people were to go out, they would have, like you said, they would have to wear special suits because, one, there would be no life, and there would be no atmosphere, so your ability to breathe on the planet would just be gone. Like you're going to literally melt. Remember, you used a virus bomb on Kadaku. Right. Yeah, that's what we did at the beginning of the game, where we just basically used a virus bomb on Kadaku. Mind you, it didn't wipe out all the Tyranids. It just slowed them down, but it wasn't going to stop them because the Tyranids adapt quickly.
Exterminatus are deployed is primarily their speed. The virus bomb's virus, when unleashed, can envelop a planet and wipe out the entire population of billions in mere minutes. Exterminatus is one of the most extreme and powerful tools used by the Imperium of mankind, and it stands as a testament to humanity's resolve and unwavering determination to eradicate any threat to its security and power. Exterminatus will never be deployed lightly despite the rumours that have characterised it, and where it has been misused, the penalties are usually severe. Yet humanity and the Imperium will never flinch, never hesitate to deploy their ultimate weapon where necessary. It is the last line of defence against the Xenos and the darkness, and as regrettable as it may be, few ordinary citizens within the Imperium are likely even aware of the existence of Exterminatus. But even if they did, they would surely understand it to be a necessary sacrifice in order to safeguard the wider Imperium and human civilization. And then, as my final choice in this episode, we have
the Spirit of Mankind.
Now, I know, I can hear already everybody screaming, the Spirit of Man, Luetin. Boo. Okay,
Yo,
fine.
Beta.
I can appreciate
Welcome,
on the face
welcome.
of it, this seems like a
You have to
weird
pardon me if I'm
non-choice.
eating. We're just looking
How
at some
can the
insane
Spirit of
powerful
Man
weapons
be a weapon?
by,
Or be insane, for that matter?
Luetin09.
Well, listen on and I'll tell you. Firstly, when I say consider the Spirit of Man to be one of, if not the most powerful weapons held by humanity, because it is this spirit which enables many of those insane things that happen within the Imperium, both against its enemies but also against itself, and that without this indomitable Spirit of Man, I would say it were debatable as to whether the Imperium could function well or if in fact at all. I should say that of course within philosophy and religion there can be many different interpretations of what we might mean when talking about the human spirit. It can be seen as a tangibly positive or far more ambiguous thing. Either way, I'm no philosopher, but really what I'm thinking about when talking about the human spirit or the spirit of mankind is not some invisible element that makes us all individual or some ethereal sense of our personal selves, also our unique elements. I'm talking about the spirit of humanity as being far more impersonal and universal, a collective indestructible sense of determination which encompasses all. Essentially, the spirit of mankind being a binding force that is renewed and forever embedded by simple daily actions, be it imperial dogma of a religious nature or just plain devotion to the Imperium, as well as associated visual stimuli which surround citizens of the Imperium everywhere. Now, this sense of spirit is powerful in one person, but in a large fighting force it can grow within them, and it is this spirit that enables a human to go through literal hell whilst retaining the unbreakable belief that they know they themselves carry, not only the strength of the God Emperor within them, but that they may well be only one small individual, but serve a greater purpose in humanity in defense of the Imperium of mankind.
Now, real quick. Mankind has erased 99% of alien life in the galaxy. Unfortunately for us, we are up against the final 1%. That's scary. Everything else has been wiped out, but everything else that we're currently facing in the world of Warhammer is that final 1% that just refuses to die.
In some respects, you may even liken this collective driving force to be not again entirely dissimilar to traits of the orcs, and it is much more than simply determination or a sense of duty. Those may be how people might frame it to themselves, but deeper down, it is this spirit of humanity that all within the Imperium feel compelled to do whatever is necessary for the whole. It is this sense of spirit which also goes toward the core of 40K, that the Imperium is a bleak and dark parody. The clothes are everywhere. For example, at the beginning of many source material books, for decades now it states on page 1, quote, "To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable." Goes on to state that this is a dark and terrible era where you will find little comfort or hope, forget the power of technology and science, forget the promise of progress and advancement, forget any notion of common humanity or compassion. Now, the complete long statement to which that quote is a part of should never be removed from the first pages of the source books, because it is this which reflects what the Imperium truly is. Not the appalling horror seen in its wars, and not the nightmarish actions of its Inquisition or horrifying apathy of its bureaucratic administration. The Imperium as it stands is in many ways showcasing the worst of humanity, but also some of its best attributes. The darkest part lies in the fact that it need not actually be so. The Imperium in the 41st millennium had decayed so greatly as an empire that until very recently it could see no forward light and was only being kept functional by unrelenting and punishing brutality coupled with a vast anonymous bureaucracy. Now, if you were to look around the galaxy of the Imperium, it's true that you will find some areas which are not as brutal and harrowing as others. In fact, some systems are actually fairly stable and even enable citizens to live a degree of normality. Now, what this illustrates for us is the tragic parody that is the Imperium of mankind. In fact, this hopefully is a message that many people should have long realised, that when we talk about the bureaucracy and the horror within the Imperium, these sound very vague and impersonal, but that the underlying inescapable fact is that it is humanity that makes things in the Imperium so bad for itself. betrayal, greed, vengeance, fear, ignorance, and many other of our worst attributes. And when combined with all the other events of the thousands of years before and after the heresy, it is humanity that has in many ways destroyed itself time and time again. This is perhaps why the AI from the Dark Age of technology, when they encounter humanity, absolutely despair because they have just seen the horror which we unfold upon ourselves. Yet somehow we never manage to destroy ourselves completely. There is always this sense of resistance and human spirit that cannot be extinguished even amid all the horror, which leaves us grappling and dragging and hanging on by our fingernails. And this is the ongoing theme within 40k. But also, if for example you look at Chaos and the Warp is a very literal reflection of the worst aspects of humanity. And this explanation of the Warp is hardly subtle. In fact, it's glaringly obvious that humanity's greatest enemy in the galaxy above all the Xenos threats is in fact itself. Within the overall narrative of 40k, it's certainly no accident that within the Warp, the darkest parts of human psyche are given form and power to reach out and trigger a self-perpetuating downward spiral. The message is built in alphabet bricks that humanity is its own worst enemy and it continually undermines its own positive steps forward. Hardly a groundbreaking realization, but seemed important to note. Now, as you will hopefully have realised, I appreciate the madness and absurdity of 40k, I love it, but I also like to take 40k fairly seriously and I approach a lot of things with a more literal interpretation, and this is because I enjoy thinking about it in those terms. I like thinking about the human condition and futurist rationalizations and also of course just the narrative. Now, I'll freely admit that sometimes I like to overthink things and make them more complicated than they really are, but generally, when it comes to 40k and the Imperium, if we take just a small step back and see things from a broader perspective, the overall message about humanity working against itself and how farcical that is are very easy to see. Anyway, this might have sounded like I'm going wildly off topic here, but I'm not. The point that I was trying to illustrate is that it's not the Imperium as some faceless organisation which creates humanity's bleak and harrowing reality, but that it is the nature of humanity which has created the unending hellscape that is the Imperium, and this is largely enabled by what I consider to be the spirit of humanity. So how exactly then does this human spirit benefit mankind? It doesn't sound good at all. In fact, it sounds pretty bad. Well, certainly from one perspective that's fair to say, except for one thing, and this is debatable, but many believe the Imperium is the only organisational structure capable of defending and ruling over humanity, given the current threats and the predicaments it finds itself in. Not
Kitty, it was great having you here again. Once again, thank you for the super chat. You done surprised me with that one. Thank you. See you guys next time. You take it easy, Kitty. Looking forward to you interacting with us the next time. Nose feeling kind of runny all of a sudden, but I'm good. Here's something to think about. Imperial laser guns are the standard rifle of the Imperial Guard. They are strong enough weapons. They are strong weapons compared to modern 2024 weapons, but are jokingly called flashlights in 40k. It's funny that you're saying all this stuff, Hobbit, because someone said the exact same thing to me when I first started reacting to Warhammer stuff. I think it was in one of Bricky's videos, where someone said that exact same thing, including when you said, "He who scoffs at the power of the laser gun has never run through a field of 1,000 of them." I think that might have been Bricky who said that during his video, and I think it was talking about the timeline. No, I think it was talking about the factions. He was talking about the factions of 40k, back when I did my first streams on those, so it's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah, because I've heard that exactly before.
to mention, of course, the fact that the Emperor himself has become the god of mankind for the majority of humans, and so any other system is just unthinkable by default. So despite its faceless and appalling lack of empathy, the Imperium requires cooperation from humanity in order to function on a day-to-day level, as well as for its combat operations. And it may be a tragic and appalling situation, but it is this collective spirit of humanity which in part enables the Imperium to function and therefore has to a degree safeguarded human civilization for many thousands of years. Plus some superhuman genetically adapted warriors or something, but don't worry about those guys. The Imperium uses this impersonal but collective spirit which exists within all humans and further instills its citizens with the suffocating ideological perspectives of the Imperium of Man, as well as its other subsidiary organisations like the Ecclesiarchy, who continually and aggressively demand absolute devotion to the God Emperor. and this has formed for all practical purposes a near enough unbreakable belief within ordinary humans that their required actions are at the behest of what is basically an all-powerful god who watches over them. Also worth noting that compounding these views are the miraculous events and feats of legend which continue to occur within the Imperium. Additionally, given what we know of the emergence of psychers and the power of faith within the Imperium, it is questionable if you could relate on an even footing humans of the 41st millennium to those in our current age, even in simple terms of what it means to be a human and what stage of development they are at. And this is really a whole other topic, but to make it a simple aside, what I'm thinking about here is my belief that humans in the time of the Imperium are in some respects more advanced and developed than we are now. In others, they are horribly regressive, and that's all before we talk about their slowly emerging psychic powers. Human development in the age of the Imperium is one other factor that I consider in making this sense of human spirit such a powerful thing. Another aspect is that when it comes to miraculous events, these will rarely be questioned or doubted. The vast majority of citizens are going to receive information about almost anything rarely at a first-hand level, and certainly not in a visual format. It will more likely be passed on to them through dictated dogma and likely word of mouth. Perhaps they'll have some very limited printed word, or on advanced worlds maybe display screens throughout a hive city, but most people are going to live dirty, hard, monotonous lives. So when they may catch a glimpse or a story that helps illustrate to them the fleeting remains of glory within the Imperium, it must seem inspirational and spiritually uplifting for many ordinary citizens. So no wonder that they have such entrenched beliefs in the spiritual nature of things. And there have of course been numerous incidents where human guardsmen survived encounters that no mortal should have been capable of, or who held their nerve and strength of will beyond that of even an Astartes, who...
Have you played Warhammer 40K Dark Tide? No, I'm waiting for it to come to PlayStation. I'm waiting for it to come to PS5. It's a 4-player co-op horde shooter set in a hive city corrupted by Nurgle. No, I have not played Dark Tide, but it's definitely a game that I do want to play. Because it has what I look for in video games. You know, skill trees, weapon upgrades, and loot and stuff. So yeah, I've been keeping my ears to the ground, waiting for some release date for Dark Tide, because I will be playing it when it comes out. Because, you know, I have Space... The only Warhammer games I have is Space Marine 2 and Vermintide 2. Those are the only ones that I got. And I really haven't messed with Vermintide at all. But Dark Tide, Space Marine 2, Vermintide, Dark Tide. So that would be two Dark Tide. There would be two Tide games that I would have. But yeah, I haven't played it yet. I know it's on Xbox and PC right now, but this laptop that I use is basically for, you know, everything else that I do. And not really for gaming, but really for, you know, work. You know, this is basically for that. So I'm just waiting on it to hit PS5, and then I'll start playing it then.
For whatever reason, have in fact shown themselves to be not nearly as unbreakable as we would so often be led to believe, whereas regular guardsmen time and time again demonstrate a sense of human spirit and character that...
Dark Tide is great, been playing it a lot lately. It's essentially 40K Suicide Squad. Well, that'll be a second Suicide Squad, that game that I'd be playing often. Because I play the current Suicide Squad game right now. I find it fun. I don't know about y'all, and I don't know about the rest of the world, but I enjoy it. So that definitely would be up my alley, messing around with that. Especially the Psyker class. I know there's a Psyker class in there, and I definitely would spend a lot of time playing that class.
That demonstrates this unbreakable grit and determination. And how is this possible? How can such fragile mortal citizens become so dedicated, so determined and mentally unbreakable?
Do I like real-time strategies? I've never been a real-time strategy type person. And I feel like the reason why you're asking is because you're asking if I've ever played Rogue Trader before. Don't worry, I've seen that. But I've never been into that genre of games. And mind you, I'm not diminishing how fun it is, but that genre of games has never been my preferred game that I could see myself playing a lot of time with. I greatly prefer games where it's either like third-person action or first-person action, and I have full control of what's going on. Pardon me. Those are the type of games I prefer. Like, I have direct control of the action, not directing someone to do something and let them do it. I like having full reign over the actions that are going. As far as like, if I want to move forward, I don't want to wait for the enemy to have their turn, and then it'll be my turn to move. I prefer to just get up in there. I prefer to just run up on them as quickly as possible, or whenever I choose, but that's just me. No, Dawn of War? Oh, Dawn of War. Is that on PlayStation, or is that on PC as well? Either way, it's my stance on real-time strategy games still kind of stand. I feel like the last time I played like a real-time strategy game was when me and my dad would play Command & Conquer. Command & Conquer Generals and Command & Conquer Generals 0 Hour. I still got the CDs for those games. And the serial codes for you to be able to install those on PC. Those old Command & Conquer games, I still... Yeah. I still got these old games. Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, both the Allied disc and the Soviet disc. Command & Conquer Tiberian, Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, Firestorm, and Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. I still got those. I believe the Command & Conquer Generals and Generals 0 Hour games are someplace else, but that was, I want to say that was the last time I held a great deal of That was the last time I dedicated some time to real-time strategy games, was with those old Command & Conquer games. But I just prefer third-person action, and third-person action or first-person action where I'm in direct control of everything that's going on. That's just me, which is why I haven't really felt a need to want to play Rogue Trader. As much as people praise it, and as much as people say that it's very, very good, it's just that genre of gameplay does not appeal to me as much, because I like to be all up in the action. That's just me though, but that's just me.
Well, one might equally answer, how does an ordinary human become an Astartes, a Grey Knight, or a member of the Inquisition? And this is what I've been driving to get to. The Imperium's military forces are all that stands between humanity and complete extermination, and how were we able to create those that are able to endure and have such willpower even before the Imperium really existed? Physical strength will only ever carry you so far. It's well known that much human endurance is achieved in the mind, and this is no different for those who serve the Imperium or aspire to join the ranks of its most powerful warriors. It is the human spirit that enables this, and to my mind, this is how the spirit of humanity is both something that can be quite insane and also one of our most powerful weapons. Now, I've often considered how some, and I want to emphasize only some, Astartes with their near immortal nature, even knowing they're destined to die in battle, can develop something akin to a fear of their inevitable end, and this may be where you see some turn to becoming renegade marines. Yet Astartes who lead near enough immortal lives comparative to those ordinary humans who live and breathe their mortal nature, who understand their time is fleeting, but know collectively the human spirit endures, that even when they leave, something remains which cannot be extinguished as a part of the whole. Human citizens of the Imperium are seemingly more accepting of their mortality than perhaps Astartes, who we also know can be prone via their ascension to become somewhat detached from their humanity and even their view of ordinary humans. Some chapters of Astartes will be very considerate and protective of ordinary humans, but others may actually become apathetic to a point where they are actually walking a very fine line between treachery and loyalty. Despite all of the factional infighting and devastating problems that the Imperium continues to bear, this sense of human spirit remains a defining characteristic of humanity, ever-present yet also intangible, something that cultivates a sense of necessary sacrifice essential for the Imperium to function, a strength and understanding that drives forward humanity with unrelenting determination, even when its forces face the most forlorn of battles upon those ruined worlds that are little more than ashen wastes. Yet for as much as it can be a powerful positive, it also enables some of the worst aspects of humanity, especially within the Imperium. The scale of losses and the insane disregard for human life only made possible because of the enduring spirit and loyalty. It is one of humanity's most passive traits, but also one which allows the forces of mankind to be so proactively aggressive that it has embedded this sense of necessary sacrifice in its culture.
No. Are those Titans? Are those Titans? Are those Titans?
Aggressive that it has embedded this sense of necessary sacrifice in its culture. All Imperial citizens know that mankind can never be completely defeated, that no matter the odds or the enemy, they know to their core humanity shall always rise above, break free from, and ultimately destroy its enemies. Should it require 100,000, 10 million, 100 million, 10 billion human lives, so be it. The Imperium of mankind and the Emperor cannot be defeated, they cannot fall, or all will be lost. The Imperium wields powerful, world-ending weaponry, has achieved superhuman genetic advances, deploys titanic machines of war that shake the ground like an earthquake, and fire weapons that can break planets themselves. Yet above it all sits one of the most powerful weapons for humanity in the galaxy of the 41st millennium, the indomitable spirit of mankind. It is simply the greatest tragedy that most citizens within the Imperium are seemingly unable to realize that this spirit can be used in other ways to drag themselves out from the horror and build a more constructive way forward with less internal suffering, but retaining all the strengths and benefits of the Imperium structure, and that perhaps this had in fact been the Emperor's original intentions before everything became mired in darkness and mythology, to a point where now humanity has drifted so far backward into stagnant ignorance that its empire can only be enforced through harrowing brutality. With that said, it's equally possible that without the human spirit enabling its determination and unity, it's unlikely that the Imperium will be capable of wielding its armies in the hundreds of millions who march relentlessly to their deaths, knowing they do what simply must be done for the greater glory and survival of humanity, and most importantly, in the service of the Holy Emperor and the Imperium of mankind. There is perhaps no better example than that of Cadia and the unbreakable will of the Astra Militarum. The dark forces of chaos may have had their technical victory, but despite literally breaking apart the planet of Cadia, they could not break the spirit of mankind.
There are no miracles. There is only mankind. Holy Sister, Saint Sabbat.
So now I just want to talk briefly about Audible and why I think it is an excellent service for you to use. Many of you guys continue to tell me that you use this service and why it is so good, and I've included your comments as I always do here on the screen so you can see for yourself why it is a great service. You can start today with a 30-day Audible trial, 1 free audiobook and unlimited monthly Audible originals. Just be sure please to use my link above, audible.com/Luetin, or for those of you in the US, text Luetin to 500 500. So far, I have been recommending singular titles for you to choose from on Audible, but today I'm suggesting you listen to the 5 audiobooks in the Siege of Terror series. Now, as I've said before, I personally feel that you can start anywhere when it comes to 40k. So whether this is your first step into the world of Warhammer and the Heresy, or you have simply not yet had a chance to hear about the final days of the Heresy, this is a great series that I have finished recently and greatly enjoyed. The Siege of Terror is the culmination of the Horus Heresy series and fleshes out this final confrontation leading up to the Battle of Terror itself. The series also allows us some tantalizing insights via new characters into the background of the Emperor himself, not to mention describing the immense ground battles where billions fight for the very survival of humanity. Beyond this, the characters and events give additional context and even may make you question some fundamental aspects of not simply the reasoning for the heresy, but for myself in some respects it may even make you rethink everything we know about the Imperium, as well as something I've talked about many times before, which is just how much can you trust what you see and hear from those living in the 40k verse? I think the important thing that I want to underscore is that this series is best viewed as just that, a series. Individually, some are perhaps not as strong as another, dependent on your preferences. There are those which are more battle heavy, but as a whole, they tell a truly epic story about the last and most desperate days, the last stand of humanity against the traitors and heretics. It's a great choice if you're looking for tens of hours of listening, so this is my pick for this Audible.com outing. Once you're a member with Audible, you get a credit good for any audiobook regardless of the price, and any unused credits will roll over for your next month. Members will save 30% off regularly priced audiobooks, which gives you a significant saving on any titles that you pick up. Remember, you can start a free 30-day Audible trial today. You can choose one audiobook, you get unlimited downloads. Please just be sure to use the link above, audible.com/Luetin. Or again, for those in the US, you can text Luetin to 500 to get started today. So as always, I'll just say a big thanks to all of you guys for the massive support here on the channel. It's hugely appreciated. Loads more stuff is coming up very, very soon, and I hope you enjoy the free audiobook that you can get from this offer. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay. I'm wondering, should I check out the first video for the Emperor of Mankind text-to-speech video, or should I dedicate a stream to actually going through some of that? I think it would make more sense if I have it as like its own series. Does anyone know where to listen to most 40k audiobooks for free? Not a scam, just old-time pirate. Walk the plank! I would not know. I wouldn't know. Okay, from Brava. Yeah, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device, episode 1, Adorable Centurion. And there's a whole list. How long is this? Oh, it's a playlist of 6 videos. Ooh, it's a playlist. We can dedicate a whole stream to this. And mind you, I haven't seen this. I know it's playing, but I haven't listened to any of this. Hold on, how long is this Cephas Cain one? Heroes of the first... Oh, nice! This is nice. Perfect. It's short. Heroes of the 41st Millennium, Commissaire Cephas Cain, or Caiaphas. Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium. You know, yeah. 5 minutes, yeah. Let's check it out. You already got me with the walk. You already got me with the walk already. Let's see. Tested sniper fencing dagger for my playstyle. I don't feel any changes. If there are, it's like milliseconds. I can work with milliseconds. As long as it's not like a full half-second change in terms of the parry window, milliseconds I can definitely work with. I'll boot it up a little bit later to see if there's any difference. If I run a operation, I'll see. The first 15-ish episodes are rough in animation, and they have upped their game. Also, a good grim dark animation is Death of Hope. This one is fun. This is one of many small side episodes they do. Okay. First episode was remade and reanimated a few years after it came out. Okay. We'll look into those on another session. We'll have a session dedicated to the text-to-speech Emperor videos, but not one that I'll have like lumped in with one that has pretty much been about the most insane weapons by Luetin. I'd rather have a whole session that's just dedicated to that, so people who are looking for reactions to that can watch that whole session by me doing that. So I'd rather have a whole session dedicated to that rather than to be just something I'm doing on the tail end of this session. Matter of fact, how long have I been doing this? How long have I been up? It's already been 3 hours and 27 minutes. These scams trying to get me.
Excuse me, your two-factor authentication has been enabled. Please follow the instructions to complete the setup.
I ain't stupid. I ain't clicking that link. You, what kind of sucker you think I am? I need you to block and report. Yeah, get out my face. My stuff is already applied for Amazon. Leave me alone. I don't know what you talk about, but it's already set up. SM2, the editor armor button is glitching out. Really now. Huh. Okay. Let's get back to it. 3 hours. Almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. I've been up here for a hot minute. Let's get back to this. Oh wait, let me read what that said. The Imperium, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device is a fan, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device is a fan-based parody. Warhammer 40,000 and all other materials in this series are owned by Games Workshop, its subsidiaries, and any other respective owner that may be covered. No challenge to their status is intended. The following is a juvenile and unserious take on the Warhammer 40K universe, and is satirical in nature. It does in no way represent the Warhammer 40K brand at large, nor is it meant to discredit anyone working in or with Games Workshop for their work in keeping the brand alive. Do try to refrain from using any content made by Brava Alpha Bursa as a legit source for knowledge about the Warhammer 40k lore. You are instead encouraged to read the books provided by Games Workshop and Black Library. We are as uninformed about the grand scheme as the rest of people outside the Warhammer writers' circle, and the stories that follow in If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device is, in all accounts, just a wacky, tasteless fan fiction unsupported by the canon lore. Thank you, and please enjoy. Someone's grandpa just got scammed. Last scam email I got was from my manager who wanted to give me gift cards. You ain't gonna be sending me no two-step authentication has been activated, because my stuff is already set up that way on Amazon. I don't even know. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna look. I'm just gonna go over here, because whoever trying to set this up think they slick. See, yeah, they ain't slick, though. They ain't slick. They think, oh, if he clicks the link, then we can get inside of his account if he puts his personal information in there. That's the second time a text message like that has come to my phone today. Where is it? Let's see. Login in security. See? Just the verification is already in there. You ain't slick. You think I'm stupid? Let's see, it's been great seeing how much of a gateway drug to the way. I have no idea what you're saying. Let's continue.
Thank you. No, it was all of you. Seriously, it was your bravery that made this all possible.
Is that your boy from Dragon Baller's Bridge? Is that Cell? P is for priceless, the looks upon your faces. X for extinction, all your puny races. R for revolution, which will be televised. F is for howl. Screwed you are, so allow me to reprise. E is for eccentric, just listen to my song. C is for completion, that I'd waited for so long. T is for the terror, upon you I'll bestow. My name is Perfect Cell, and I'd like to say, Hello. So it is Takahashi. I had a feeling I recognized that voice anywhere. I tell you what. When I was working at Harris Teeter, the Dragon Ball Abridged from beginning all the way to where they ended would be my go-to thing to listen to many nights.
Seriously, it was your bravery that made this all possible.
Caiaphas K, hero of the Imperial. Caiaphas K, hero of the Imperial.
It's Caiaphas. I've been saying Caiaphas or Cephas. It's Caiaphas. Caiaphas Kane. Kai.
That made this all possible.
Caiaphas K, hero of the Imperial. Caiaphas K, hero of the Imperial.
Think, sir. At first I was nervous of you giving me command of the front lines against the foul greenskins. Well, you observed from the rear lines, but I see now that it was a test. Your faith in my abilities filled me with a determination so intense I can barely express how it burns. And thank goodness, considering that...
But the rear line was completely flanked by an undetectable force of giant invisible orcs. Oh, but fortunately, you had some brilliant idea of having the humongous, sneaky orcs blindly chase you as you tactically withdrew your chimera into a nearby valley. But, my lord, Commissar Kane, how you
bravely waited at the edge of a mighty cliff, seemingly cornered, for the orcs to get just close enough so you could shoot a weak spot in the rock behind them, and then fearlessly drive.
You see how Kane is like slowly leaning back from all of this nonsense?
As the whole cliff face crumbled, plunging the orcs right into
another stealth orc force that was going to flank our front lines! Holy shit! In the heat of the moment, you used our enemy.
You see how he's leaning back like, okay.
Your own life to achieve it. Not only did you defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, sir.
The fact that he's still leaning back.
All hail Caiaphas Kane, hero of the Imperium!
Caiaphas Kane, hero of the Imperium!
Yeah.
Caiaphas Kane, hero of the Imperium!
Should be dead. That was so close. That was too close. I thought that was it. The end of Kane's long history of bullshitting his way to the top. For God's sake, how am I still alive? Withdraw? You mean hightail it like a damn coward as fast as a chimera can take, right? Because that's what I did. Like a piece of shit. Right to the damn dead end. Oh, I didn't even see the weak spot in the ground. I was just trying to shoot the damned orcs. I just think I did it intentionally. They always do. You fools! You beautiful fools! You have no idea the sheer size of the bit of lies I have made. You piece of shit! The house of cards you have built will tumble to the ground, crushing not only you, but all these poor, innocent souls who you led into this web of deceit. God, Emperor, I am such a piece of shit! What have I become? You have to end this. This has to stop. We're out of the luck years ago, Kane. I've been running on fumes for throne knows how long. You have to go up there and tell them. Face the music, Kane, because your song's a playing. Definitely now at the last time. Before we do, just admit to them you're a fraud, a coward, a piece of shit. Tell them the truth. Tell them!
Commissar K.
Tell them the truth! Tell them! I'm sorry that trumpet part got me. It's cause your songs are playing. Oh no.
Truth! Tell them!
Commissar Kane, it turns out the Orcs' war boss was in the group of greenskins the cliff face fell into. Now all of the Orc forces are in full retreat, planet-wide. The commander is here to award you the Star of Terror for your bravery.
I was only doing my duty, Cherrigan. I am honored by such a gesture. Tell the commander I humbly accept, and please, send him in.
He was waiting for you, sir.
I can explain.
Explain. There is no need. Mood kindred. I have finally found you.
Mood? Kindred? Are you also a piece of shit?
Yes. Yes!
Mood Kindred!
Mood kindred! Kai, escape hero of the Imperial. Kai, escape hero of the Imperial.
Five days, no.
That was good. That was good. Who has also done stuff that never should have worked? Yeah, we always had that moments where you're just looking at yourself like, I can't believe that worked. I think that happens to me more in video games than it does in real life. Then again, I have had like maybe a handful of moments when it worked. Now you want a buddy cop film starring Commissaire Kane and Chapter Master Calgar. Okay, that was good. I like that one. All right. So, one thing I want to look into before we go is Titans. Because I'd be remiss if I didn't look into, like, the Titans. How long is the Titans video? Show me the time. 1 hour and 30 minutes! I've already been going on at this pretty much almost 4 hours. How long has it been? Yeah, it's 2 minutes away from it being like 10. Oh, not 10. Sorry, I was looking at another number on analytics. It's almost like 20 minutes away from being 4 hours. Holster, good to see you. You know, I'll save this. I will save this for another. I'll save this for another. Yeah, I'll save this for another because I feel like Imperial Titans would take a hot minute. Luetin and short videos are not words that combine. Yeah, I know. It's either got to be a session just dedicated to long Luetin videos or a session dedicated to shorter videos shorter videos itself. So I can't mess with them too much. Yeah, so yeah. Titanic Doom of Molech, Titan Crusades of Shadow and Iron, the Titanic Cataclysm of Iron, Defense of Riza, Imperial Knights, Dreadnoughts. All of this stuff is long, which will require a separate session altogether. So, yeah, I'll save it for another time. Yeah, we'll have a session where we look into Titans, and we'll have a session where we look into the text-to-speech series that they've done as well. And, yeah, no, we'll have some days when we look into that. If you want a nice, big mech short video, check out the Dawn of War 3 cinematic. Hold on, Dawn of War. My nose is running. Dawn of War 3 cinematic. Hey, it knew exactly what I wanted. Is it the announcement trailer or is it the intro cinematic? Is it the intro cinematic? Is it this one? This is on their official page. I'm gonna go with the intro cinematic.
Sega.
You know what? I didn't even notice that there wasn't a 3 on this one. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I was getting into it, I was thinking like, I don't know. So no, we'll go with this one instead. We'll go with the announcement trailer instead. We'll go with this one instead. There's a terrible darkness descending upon the galaxy, and we shall not see it ended. Oh, let me read. And we shall not see it ended in our lifetimes. Inquisitor Sevak. Hey, we just read about one of those orc stones. Or orc moons. That is an orc moon, isn't it?
In darkness, I shall be light. In times of doubt, I shall keep faith.
Yep, orc moon.
In throes of rage, I shall hone my craft. In vengeance, I shall have no mercy. In the midst of battle, I shall have no fear. In the face of death, I shall have no remorse.
Okay. And the dude, while he's seeing this giant mech being skewered by a Titan-sized chainsaw, he's all like, I can block it. Let me see, major kill, Titans. Titans explained by an Australian. Why not? Why not? Why not? Let's look at it. This will be the last thing we react to for today.
Death, who will likely be the overall winners of the setting. G'day, guys and gal. There's a lot of silly things in Warhammer 40k, melee being the primary form of combat despite everyone having access to long-range weaponry, space bugs of death, who will likely be the overall...
The look on your face was awesome. Well, thank you. I mean, they are sons of Magnus, so I won't shed a tear for those kleptomaniacs. Pardon me.
Overall winners of the setting, and cheery space fungi being a massive threat to everyone are just some of the things that make me smile when I think about Warhammer 40k. That came about sounding more sadistic than I intended, but you know what I mean. Even with these wild forces of destruction flinging their schlongs around in a galactic dick measuring contest, there is one thing that still makes everyone stop in awe. Titans. Fortunately, Warhammer has decided that the best way to deal with Titans is by throwing other Titans at them, not by concentrated fire or infiltration or anything sensible like that. Hence, everyone has Titans, and now we get to have some hectic Titan vs Kaiju type battles. Before we get started, I want to say a massive cheers to you guys and gal who ordered the Major Kill 100,000 subscriber hoodie and singlets. We have already completely sold out of the hoodies, which is absolutely demonic. I thought it would take us weeks if we even got there in the end. If you missed out on the hoodie, then eat shit, Lamau. Sorry. I mean, bad luck, but if you subscribe now, not only will we overtake Chapter Master Valrak, but we will get to the 200k merch faster. Singlets are still available and look absolutely sick, so get them now before they too go. Today we'll discuss the different Titans each of
Maybe I'll make a hoodie when I get to 100k. Maybe.
The factions have, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. If gigantic god machines have weaknesses, that is. We'll also talk about if the Titans in 40k make any practical sense. Not that they need to, but it's fun to talk about nonetheless. Let's get into it. Of all the weapons of war made in 40k, pretty much all of them, by Primarchs, look up to the Titans in fear and awe. Space Marines are nothing but ants to Gargants, and Eldar Titans make the big boys from Pacific Rim look like quadriplegics. We will start off with the Imperial Titans, arguably the least sensible ones. I'll get to that in a minute. Now, in life, nerds have the coolest toys. I guarantee Elon Musk has way cooler shit in his house than Ronaldo. This logic applies to Warhammer. The Mechanicus of Mars, the biggest nerds in the galaxy, made the coolest toys. The Titans. Now, the Titans were originally made to end the civil war on Mars and united. Must have been one hell of a civil war if it needed the equivalent of LeBron James playing in a disabled junior school basketball match to win it. The point being, it seems like overkill. Either way, expanding the budget for impractical prototype weapons of war paid off, as it turns out that no other Xeno race at the time had the same line of thought. When Mars aligned itself with the Emperor took numerous Titans for his own private use, and integrated the rest into the armies of the Imperium. Fortunately for the Imperium, they still know how to make Titans from scratch without the assistance of an STC, so we're going to keep seeing these boys for years to come. Every piece of Imperial machinery has a warp-based AI called a machine spirit, like a form of consciousness or soul. Small devices all the way to Titans have these spirits, and they vary wildly. A pistol that is neglected on a spiritual level might unexplicitly jam more often. A car who is taken care of more and blessed correctly may run exceptionally well. For Titans, their machine spirits are so powerful that the Titans can act, speak and move on their own accord, despite the fact that they need to have a human pilot. Meaning the meme about the Mechanicus being weird for praying that the machines work and rubbing oil all over them like they're trying to pleasure them is actually a valid thing that they do. All in all, when an Imperial Titan walks the battlefield, you know shit is about to go down. The smallest Imperial Titan is the Warhound Scout Titan, standing at just over 10 meters tall. This fast flanking Titan is set up to act as a vanguard unit, charging in, wrecking tits with its dual turbo lasers. This boy is very powerful, only really preyed upon by greater demons or bigger Titans. To make matters better, or worse if you aren't friends with the Warhound Titan, they always travel in packs of 2. Originally, they could be seen in entire squads consisting of over 10 Warhounds fighting together. However, due to hectic war crimes committed by Warhound squads from the Traitor Legions during the Horus Heresy, the Imperium has capped the Warhound squad limit to 2. Not sure how this would be effective with dealing with war crimes though, like 2 Warhounds can definitely ruin civilian populations, and if they choose to go Traitor, then they wouldn't really worry about the imposed limit anyway, but
Real quick, if it seems like I'm blinking only one eye, it's because this eye keeps drying out a lot more than my left one. So if it seems like I'm only blinking with one eye, that's the reason, because it's, for some odd reason, it's getting dry. I don't even have my fan on, so that shouldn't be attributing to it. But if it seems like it's weird, that happening, yeah.
It's the thought that counts, I suppose. After the Warhound, we have the Reaver Battle Titans, which are pretty much Warhounds times 2. They are twice as durable as a Warhound and have twice the firepower, and stand at over 15 meters tall. The Reaver Titan is also the first Titan on this list that can engage in effective melee combat, which is as dumb as it sounds. Imagine a Transformers fight from a Michael Bay movie, but make all the Transformers super old and demented, as well as heavily overdosed on magic mushrooms, and you would have the kind of melee that the Reaver gets into. Each Forge world has their own variants of Titan, hence you can see Reavers carrying a wide assortment of weaponry depending on who made it. After the Reaver, we have the Warbringer Nemesis Battle Titan, which, while still silly, is a pretty badass name. These Titans are designed to be walking guns, like they literally have a giant gun strapped to them that can one-shot fortresses and other Titans. Their secondary weapons are generally used to take out aircraft or other enemy vehicles. Because of all these guns and shooting and bang bang skirt skirt, the machine spirits of the Warbringers are especially angry and love death. After the Warbringer, we have the Warlord Battle Titans, which are just like a big chungus version of the Reaver Titans, standing at about 33 meters tall. It's extremely heavily armed and wildly armored, having void shields surrounding it, meaning it's already a bitch to hurt even without all its metal plating. The Warlords are the most common Titan used in battle as they're the most versatile, able to mount guns, more guns, swords, fists, and even psychic weaponry when they need to blast creatures with one too many horns. And finally, for the final main type of Titan, we have the Emperor Titans, which are really silly. Standing up to 150 meters tall, these machines are considered to be the avatar of the Omnissiah itself. A single shot of an Emperor Titan can wipe an entire Lesser Titan squad. They're basically walking fortresses, and that's what they look like. They come in 2 forms. Imperator class, I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm a dumbass, and the Warmonger class, with the Imperator being an all-rounder and the Warmonger having extra pew-pew. There is one man-made Titan that stands above the rest, however. Only one of these have ever been made, and for good reason. The Titan is so powerful that its machine spirit pilots the Titan itself. The Castigator class Titan was also very slick, looking more as if the Tau or Eldar had created it instead of humanity, as it was made during the Dark Age of technology, where mankind was inventing lots of cool shit. Unfortunately, it was also corrupted by chaos, and one of its cannons started shooting out demons. The corruption was believed to be due to how insanely powerful it was. Its ego could only ever result in one thing. This Titan was brought down by some Grey Knights, and the secret to its construction was destroyed, which is a shame really. If they figured out how to make one of these without it turning on them, then Chaos and the Tyranids would be screwed. There are other Imperial Titans such as the Rapier class, which were faster than Warhounds but hard to pilot, Carnivore class, Punisher class, and Executor class. How do you pilot a Titan? Well, each Titan has a main pilot called a Princeps, who are very rare and strong-willed individuals as they have to dominate a Titan's machine spirit in order to take control of it. They basically get plugged into the Titan and off they go. Commanding a Titan has a huge mental and physical tax. Many Princeps go insane or wither away after a time. This is further compounded by the fact that it's really addictive being in command of a Titan, as when they're piloting it, they feel a part of the God Machine. Imagine heroin, but instead of being an obnoxious junkie, you get to blow up the enemies of the Imperium. They are aided by Titan crews who help take some of the mental load off the Princeps. Now, what about the Traitor Legions and Chaos? Do they have Titans? Yes they do. Like most Chaos things, they're pretty much just spiky retextures of Imperial Titans with more aggressive names. Feral instead of Warhound, Ravager instead of Reaver. Unlike the Imperial Titans however, there are 3 different ways a Chaos Titan can be piloted. Some of them have normal princeps in them that are just, normally corrupted but not horrifically, and they just do their thing. Others have the princep completely melted and horrifically fused to the Titan, or the Titan, usually the Emperor class ones, are possessed by a graded demon. As Chaos aren't exactly builders, more just corruptors and destroyers, they have less Titans than the Imperium. Mankind aren't the only ones who have Titans. The Eldar do as well, and their Titans are arguably way more practical. These ones move and fight a lot more like Transformers or the Jaeger from Pacific Rim. They are graceful and coordinated, but less armed and armoured. Unique to only the Crawford Eldar, as the Exterminatus are too poor, and the Dark Eldar can't use psychic abilities, which is pretty important for these boys. Firstly, we have the Revenant Scout Titan, speedy boys that shoot hectic laser beams. Instead of shields, these Titans use hologram distortion fields, which make it really hard to see and pinpoint exactly where the Titan is. Sneak 100. They are piloted by a combination of living and dead Eldar. They fight in packs of 2 or more, with all the main pilots to each Revenant being siblings, as that allows them a greater psychic connection, hence a more coordinated attack. After the Revenant, we have the Phantom Titan, which is just an upgrade in every way. It's bigger, better armed, and has 2 main pilots instead of 1. These pilots are generally twins. What makes these so powerful is not its arms and armor though. The Wraithbone used to build these is full of the spirits of dead Eldar warriors, meaning that the Phantom Titan develops its own consciousness fueled by the knowledge of these warriors. To bring a Phantom Titan down, it's not a matter of how many shots it can take, but more if you can land a single shot. Finally, the Eldar have the Warlock Titan, which is literally a Titan with psycho powers. Good luck, mate. For context, even being near one of these invites death or instant banishment, even for greater demons. This list wouldn't be remotely near completion if we didn't mention the Orc Titans, called the Gargants, who, despite being made by Orcs, probably have the most realistic design. Literal balls of firepower and death that stomp around with its stumpy legs. They are crude and simple compared to the other races' Titans, relying on a ton of random firepower and massive crews. There is nothing fancy going on here.
Yeah, Eldar stuff definitely is weird. Definitely weird. That's actually scary. Yeah, you Imperium, y'all may have a mech, but we have a mech that can also be a psyker. A mech-size psyker? Nah. Terrifying.
No psychic powers, no machine spirit, no plasma reactor, just good old-fashioned Orc engineering. They aren't as powerful as Imperial or Eldar Titans, but they make up for it by being more numerous and way easier and cheaper to build. Occasionally, when enough mech boys circle jerk hard enough, they can create a Mega Gargant, which is the size of an Emperor Titan and fulfills the same purpose of being literally moving fortress. For this to work, they swap out its stumpy legs with massive tank tracks, and add enough dakka to blow the crusty jizz-infused pants of your local school priest after teaching the Bible to 5th graders right off him. While the Mega Gargants are not as powerful as Emperor Titans, they have been known to take them down, as noted by Storm Herald falling to the Mega Gargant Godbreaker during the Siege of Hell's Reach. Now, the Tau don't really have Titans. They have their Gundams, which, while they're pretty cute, more match up to the Dreadnoughts than Titans. I will say this, however. The Tau Manta model weighs 13 kilos and has a nearly 1 meter wingspan on the tabletop, which is just demonically fucked. Like, mate, I could bicep curl the Manta a couple times and call it a good lift. Most Tau think that the Imperial Titans are just propaganda, and that such machines couldn't possibly exist. Another reason why I actually like the Tau, their naivety is cute. They're probably so proud of their giant Manta ships until the day they see an Emperor class Titan staring at them. That will be the day that the Tau realise victory was never an option, so they really just should start pimping out their women as Imperial sex slaves so G-Man doesn't feel the need to wipe them all out without a second thought. Titans are silly, ridiculous, probably not worth the resources that goes into them, and they die a lot, but my god, I am glad in 40k. The horizon is more beautiful to watch knowing that giant mechs hundreds of meters of tall are blowing each other apart in the universe out there. And that does us for today, guys. The Titans of Warhammer 40k from each faction. If you enjoyed this video and want to support the channel, then Patreon is the place to be. Only $1 gives you access to a boatload of Warhammer hentai, including some very gnarly stuff I have on the way, and $10 gives you access to the Magical Hentai calendar. Hit the subscribe button, then hit the real subscribe button for more Titanic content. Join the Discord for more memes, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Okay. That was definitely an image to end on. Amongst all the overpowered weapons of mass destruction to show, I didn't expect to see that at the end. Okay. All right. But the point came across. Yeah, these things are busted. For lack of a better word, they are certainly busted. And I remember looking up, let me see, Warhammer 40K Titan sound. I think this is it. I think this is it. Alright, Miklos. It was great having you here. You go ahead and get your rest. Whew, it's the horn. Yeah, you would go deaf standing next to a Titan as it fires. I imagine. See, when my family and I, we went on a cruise way back in 2000 and I want to say 18, and me and my deck were on the bow of the ship. We went up high. We went up to the bow of the ship, and right as we were preparing to enter into the ocean, we were up there, and the horn of the ship was basically pretty much behind us. We weren't directly behind it, but we were on the deck of the ship where the horn would blare out in front. And when I can tell you that momentarily I couldn't hear, and I could just feel that sound hit me, I can only imagine it is 10 times, if not 100 times worse if you're standing right next to an Imperium Titan. That's how bad I think that is. Whew. Well, there's that. I think we covered everything for today. I think we did. We covered the most insane weapons and most insane and powerful weapons of Warhammer 40K Part 1 and 2. We also checked out some other videos, Caiaphas Cain as well. I said his name right. And we checked out the stuff about Titans. And look at that. We looked at the Dawn of War 3 cinematic trailer as well. So, yeah, I think this will do it for today's session of Warhammer. I want to say thank you guys. And don't worry, I'll check on Baldermort the next time we have a session. I do want to... If you guys let me know down in the comments down below if you want me to continue with the most insane and most powerful weapons of 40K in our next session, or if you would like for me to check out something else. I know you guys said it in chat, but for anyone who's watching this, after the stream is over, you guys let me know if you want me to continue that, or perhaps look into something else concerning Warhammer 40K for our next session. But I think this is a good time to call it. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and do this. Also, thank you guys for all the super chats. Thank you, Hobbit. Thank you, Kitty. She's gone now, but I like to thank everyone who's done that when we reach the end of a session. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this. And let me bring this all the way back down here. All right. CDs, you are coming in at the really at the end of my at the stream, dude. Sorry you missed so much, but this was a lovely session. I enjoyed this. I enjoyed today. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for patience. I know I had to step away a couple of times, but thank you for your patience. Everyone, if it's late up for you, then make sure you get some rest. Miklos, thank you for Miklos. Miklos, thank you for telling me about your experience playing today's update for Space Marine 2. I'll check it out a little bit later. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. It has been such a wonderful honor and privilege to, enjoy some more Warhammer 40K with all you guys, and I'm looking forward to the next session. But I'm done for today. All I can say to everyone here right now is, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples!